Chapter 1729. For a moment, the entire hall of the Red Devil Mansion was covered in a tense atmosphere and hostility, causing the surrounding fairy maids to retreat with faces full of fear. It also caused Fran, who was eating the cake, to stop. With Fran's intellect that wasn't even comparable to a 10-year-old child, she naturally couldn't understand why Wu Yan and Remilia were at daggers drawn. However, she could sense the disharmonious atmosphere between them. Thus, Fran could only tug at Wu Yan's clothes with an uneasy expression. Wu Yan rubbed Fran's head and comforted her. Then he looked at Remilia with a non-committal look. In other words, rather than letting your sister form a life-sharing contract with someone you hate, you would rather let your sister die with the person you hate? Remilia, Patrice, Bei, and the others finally reacted. If he were to perish together with this mysterious being, wouldn't Fran, who had formed a life-sharing contract with him, die as well? This caused Remilia's expression to become rather unsightly. Are you threatening me with Nafra? You don't need me to use someone else to threaten you. Wu Yan sneered. I'm just reminding you. Even though I know that you care a lot about Fran and it's natural for you to lose your sense of propriety because of your concern, you're still a vampire who has lived for 5 years. There are some words that you'd better consider carefully before. The fury in Remilia's heart surged, but she suppressed it and turned her gaze to Patrice. Patrice, do you have a way to dissolve the contract? Patrice was a demoness. Moreover, she was a witch who had lived for a year and studied magic. She was a knowledgeable witch. Not only was Patrice's magic level the highest in the entire fantasy village, but she had also researched magic for many years. Her knowledge of magic was exceptionally profound. Basically, anything that could be found in books couldn't be hidden from her. Furthermore, Patrice was the librarian of the Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library, which had the most books in the entire fantasy village. In magic, contracts were an extremely important field. With Patrice's attainments in magic, it was impossible for her to not know about contracts. Naturally, it was impossible for her to not know the most effective method to dissolve a contract. However, facing Remilia's question, Patrice revealed a rare expression of difficulty. There are indeed many ways to cancel a contract, but Remy, there are many different ways to cancel a contract. If you don't understand the structure of a contract and cancel it casually, it will be harmful to both parties, not to mention a contract related to life and death. What Patrice meant was that if she didn't properly understand the structure of the life-sharing contract, even she wouldn't dare to dissolve the contract. I advise you not to waste your time. Wu Yan replied with an indifferent tone. I'm not afraid to tell you that fantasy villages Sage Yakumo and House of the Losts Yakumo also formed a similar contract with me. Back then, even she couldn't interfere with the contract. Even now, she is still vexed over this matter. With your words, you won't be able to find a way to dissolve the contract. Yakumo also formed a contract with you? Remilia, Sakuya, and the others looked at Wu Yan in shock. A contract that even Sage Yakumo couldn't interfere with. Patrice's expression was grave. It seems like the level of this contract has reached a level that I can't comprehend. Also, if you want to tamper with my contract with Fran, don't blame me for not warning you. Wu Yan shrugged. Fran was able to overcome all her weaknesses as a vampire because she formed a contract with me. If the contract is broken, I can't guarantee that these weaknesses won't return to Fran again. This is the truth. After becoming Wu Yan's summon, Fran's life force fused with Wu Yan's body. Because of this, the system removed all of Fran's weakness as a vampire. If Fran really broke the life-sharing contract with Wu Yan, would the removal fail? To be honest, even Wu Yan didn't know. However, he couldn't rule out this possibility. It seems like Remilia, Patrice, and the others won't be able to find a way to dissolve the life-sharing contract. First of all, it's a mystery that even Yukari can't resist. Even if Remilia and the others find a way to dissolve the life-sharing contract, it's impossible. After all, Fran's life force has already fused with Wu Yan's body. If they want to dissolve the life-sharing contract, they must first separate Fran's life force from Wu Yan's and have it return to Fran's body. Otherwise, once the life-sharing contract is dissolved, Fran's life force that is still in Wu Yan's body might lose her own life force. It wouldn't be strange if she died. After telling this to Remilia and Patrice, their expressions were filled with helplessness and helplessness. They didn't know what to do. "For you." Patrice looked straight at Wu Yan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sharpness. "How can you form such a high-level and tyrannical contract?" "Who am I?" Wu Yan met Patrice's gaze and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. "Didn't you already know who I am? Didn't you ask me about it when I visited you?" Hearing those words, Patrice's expression froze. Are you really the missing true ancestor of vampires?" Remilia, Patrice, Demon, and the others looked at Wu Yan without uttering a word. Wu Yan still didn't answer Patrice's question. But this time, Wu Yan didn't do nothing. He closed his eyes. Roughly 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes and revealed himself to Remilia and the others. But when they saw Wu Yan's eyes, Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others narrowed their eyes. The pair of deep, wine-red eyes that were like aged wine had suddenly disappeared. In its place was a pair of cold golden eyes that seemed to look down on everything in the world. There wasn't a single trace of emotion in them. They were exceptionally noble and pure. Looking at that pair of noble golden eyes, the young ladies of the Red Devil Dojo trembled and felt a sense of oppression. As a vampire, Remilia, whose bloodline level was not high, paled and felt a sense of panic that made her want to kneel. The true ancestor was the king of vampires. This wasn't just in terms of strength, but also in terms of bloodline. Facing the king of vampires as a vampire, it was already commendable for Remilia to be able to endure the pressure from her bloodline and not kneel down. By the time the girls from Scarlet Fiend Mansion felt their pressure disappear, Wu Yan's eyes had returned to their usual wine-red color. His expression also became undisciplined. "Don't ask me why I appeared when the true ancestor disappeared." Before the girls could react, Wu Yan waved his hand and said, "Because, even if you ask me, I probably won't be able to answer. At least, I won't be able to answer for now." Remilia and Patrice, the two people with authority in the Red Devil Mansion, fell silent. In the end, not only did Remilia, Patrice, and the others' doubts weren't resolved. Instead, more questions arose. Who was this man before them? Why would the true ancestor, who had disappeared, reappear? Why haven't they heard of such an existence in fantasy countryside? Why would such an existence form a life-sharing contract with Fran? Even the creator of fantasy countryside, the Sage of Demons, formed a life-sharing contract with him. It seemed like their relationship was extraordinary. Why haven't they heard of him before? Mysterious. This man before them was too mysterious. Remilia couldn't help but feel apprehensive when facing such a mysterious existence. Even Zai Ye's heart was raised. While Patrice felt heavy, she was also filled with curiosity towards Wu Yan. To the knowledgeable Patrice, who was infatuated with the sea of books, this mystery was undoubtedly the factor that triggered her eagerness to solve this riddle. Chapter 1730. After talking for a while, everyone left unhappily. Tonight, Remilia would host a banquet in the Red Devil Mansion and invite some guests to celebrate Fran's return to normal. From now on, she would be able to live together with the girls of the Red Devil Mansion. It was to announce this that Remilia wanted to host a banquet. After all, everyone who knew Fran knew how dangerous she was in the past, especially the fairy maids of the Red Devil Mansion. It wasn't as if Fran hadn't played with them before, causing the fairy maids to fear Fran to a great extent. In order to stop others from fearing Fran and to let others know that Fran had returned to normal, they could treat and interact with her like a normal person. This was the main purpose of Remilia's banquet. Thus, Zuyi obeyed Remilia's orders and invited those familiar people to attend the banquet of the Red Devil Hall at night. Fran was also forcefully pulled away by Remilia and went to the room to have a long-lost exchange between sisters. Of course, the so-called exchange was bound to involve a lot of speechless topics. Although Remilia didn't have much hope, she couldn't obtain a certain amount of information from Wu Yan, so she could only start with Fran. No matter what, Fran should not know how she met Wu Yan and how she formed a life-sharing contract with Wu Yan, right? Remilia was destined to be disappointed. Every time Wu Yan summoned a character, the system would store a certain amount of information into memory. It would directly instill information into the summoned character, allowing the summoned character to understand the existence of the system and their current situation. Logically speaking, Remilia should be able to get some information from Fran. Unfortunately, the questions were too profound for Fran. Even if Remilia asked, she knew the answer but didn't know how to express it in words. Remilia asked Fran how she met Wu Yan. Fran would definitely answer like this. Fran suddenly met Big Brother. If Remilia asked Fran how she formed a life-sharing contract, Fran would definitely answer like this. What is life-sharing? If Remilia asked Fran why she was so close to Wu Yan, that's what Fran would say. Because Big Brother treats Fran the best. Remilia asked Fran if Wu Yan was a bad guy. That's what Fran would say. Big Brother is not a bad guy. Sister is the bad guy. Therefore, this long-awaited exchange between sisters would definitely end with Remilia going crazy. Everyone in the Red Devil Hall had their own things to do. Only Patrice and the imp returned to the underground library with nothing to do. In the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice had a unique identity. She was neither a guest nor a servant, but a rare friend of Remilia. Therefore, in the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion, apart from Remilia, the one with the most authority was Patrice. Naturally, apart from Remilia, the most leisurely person in the Scarlet Devil Mansion was Patrice. Patrice's daily routine was to hide in the library and read books. The imp was Patrice's familiar. While Patrice was reading, she was in charge of organizing the library. While everyone in the Scarlet Devil Mansion was busy with their own work and Remilia had brought Fran away, Wu Yan followed Patrice to the underground library. It was an underground library that was very close to Fran's previous residence. It was a very spacious library. The area was comparable to 3 or 4 large sports fields. The surrounding area was filled with bookshelves that were at least 10 to 20 meters tall. There were at least a few dozen or even 100 bookshelves. On the bookshelves that were comparable to buildings, old and thick books were neatly arranged. Some were scattered around, some were crooked and unorganized. Some even fell to the ground and piled up into small mountains. Standing at the entrance of the library and looking at the current state of the library, even someone like Wu Yan who has seen a lot of things couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How? How many books are there? 100,000? A million? Or 10 million? No matter what, it wasn't an amount that could be counted. It could be said to be endless. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yan sensed traces of obscure mana fluctuations from some of the old and thick books. A book with its own magical powers? Isn't that a book of magic? Not to mention, there aren't just 1, 2, 10, 20 books in this library. Wu Yan sensed that there are at least a few hundred of these books in this library. After calculating the area of the library and the number of magic books he sensed, Wu Yan was shocked to discover that there were at least 10,000 or even 100,000 magic books in this library. 100,000 magic books? Isn't that equivalent to 103,000 magic books? Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Nah muck. Wu Yan asked Patrice with an itch in his heart. Can I take a look at the magic books here? My name is Patrice. Patrice didn't know how Wu Yan knew about her unique nickname, but that didn't stop her from feeling dissatisfied. She knitted her brows and asked in astonishment. How did you know about the existence of magic books here? Isn't that obvious? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Patrice. Although the mana fluctuations of the grimoire here are very obscure, my perception isn't that weak. I can still sense those obscure mana fluctuations. But the magic waves from the magic books can only be sensed by those with a certain degree of understanding in magic. Those with sharp senses can only sense that there's something wrong with the magic books. Patrice's furrowed brows relaxed. But seeing how proficient you were in using spatial magic, your understanding of magic shouldn't be weak. It's not strange that you can sense it. Then, do you agree? Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Then, let me take a look. Hearing this, Patrice felt a trace of resistance in her heart. Patrice wasn't interested in many things, but she had a unique obsession with books. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't allow others to touch her books, not even those close to her, let alone Wu Yan. But from Wu Yan's eyes, Patrice saw the same glint as when she was reading. It wasn't a thirst for knowledge, nor was it a desire for the magic books. It was the pursuit of magic. Patrice couldn't help but ask, "Are you proficient in magic?" "Proficient in magic?" Wu Yan stared blankly. He folded his arms and replied thoughtfully, "Rather than being proficient in magic, it's more accurate to say that I have the capital to be proficient in it. After all, my head contains the knowledge of 103,000 magic books." The knowledge of 103,000 books of the demonic path? Patrice was stunned. The imp by her side was similarly stunned. The knowledge of 103,000 books of Devil's Path? This level of knowledge shouldn't be inferior to Patrice's, right? Patrice looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. After asking him a few questions about the demonic path, Patrice was shocked to find out something. This man in front of him was absolutely comparable to him in terms of research on the demonic path. In fact, in terms of theory, he even surpassed her by quite a bit. How could Patrice, who had the title of the largest moving book vault in Fantasy Town, not be shocked? While Patrice was still in shock, Wu Yan went to the library and he started flipping through the books on the magic path. A magic book isn't an ordinary book. It contains magic and can be considered a magic tool. Not only does a magic book contain the method to use magic, it also contains the spell patterns. Generally speaking, as long as one has a magic book and possesses magic power, they can use the magic within the book. However, the words used to write the grimoire were cuneiform from the mythological era and ancient Latin. They were not the words used by modern people. Without a certain level of knowledge and understanding of magic, there was no way for people to understand the grimoire. Disregarding everything else, the 103,000 magic books in Wu Yan's head were written in different languages. Naturally, he could also understand the magic books in the library. Wu Yan discovered that the contents of the magic books in the library were mostly different from the 103,000 magic books in his head. Wu Yan got even more excited and he got even more engrossed in the game. Chapter 1731. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. In front of a bookshelf in the underground library, Wu Yan held a thick book and flipped through it page by page. He was completely immersed in the contents of the book. The entire library seemed to be extremely quiet. Only the sound of pages turning reverberated in the air. This slightly dark library was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. For some people who didn't like bustling places, this was a very good environment. Wu Yan, who immersed himself in the contents of the grimoire, slowly gained a better understanding of the grimoire in this library. To put it simply, the grimoire in this library is different from the 103,000 grimoires in Wu Yan's mind. They aren't the originals, they are all handwritten copies and replicas. The one who copied these books, if he wasn't wrong, should be Patrice herself. Of course, in this library, it couldn't be said that there wasn't a single original copy of a demonic path book. There were still a small number of original copies of demonic path books. These demonic scriptures were basically Patrice's own demonic scriptures. In other words, the creator of these books was Patrice herself. In other words, the originals and magics in this library were all created by Patrice herself. Therefore, this library had a small portion of the original Devil Path scriptures. After all, this library belonged to Patrice to begin with. From this, one could see how high Patrice's attainments in magics were. Although Patrice's strength wasn't considered high in Fantasy Village, it was only in terms of magic level. In the Fantasy Village, it was hard to find someone who could match her. And now, the magical knowledge that Patrice collected was slowly being absorbed by Wu Yan. Wu Yan has 103,000 books worth of knowledge in his possession. In terms of understanding of magic, he definitely wasn't inferior to Patrice. However, in the end, the 103,000 books were still knowledge from the magic catalog world. Even if he possessed the knowledge of the entire magic catalog world, it was still limited to the magic catalog world. The knowledge of magic in this world was very different from the knowledge of magic in the magic manual world. Many of the magic spells were very strange. Even in the 103,000 books on magic, one couldn't find the same type of magic. Therefore, Wu Yan was willing to absorb this knowledge. He wanted to make it a part of his strength. Wu Yan didn't notice that while he was immersed in the contents of the book, a head wearing a hat quietly popped out from the corner of the bookshelf. The person who popped her head out was Patrice. At this moment, Patrice was holding a thick tome that didn't fit in with the other books around her. This book didn't even look old. It was obviously a book without any history. However, its surface was bright and beautiful. If one were to examine it carefully, they would be able to see through it. If one were to examine it closely, one would discover that there were all sorts of colors on it, but it also seemed transparent. Patrice first glanced at Wu Yan, who was engrossed in the book. He glanced at the dreamy book in his hand and a malicious smile appeared on his face. The Book of the Soul, a book of magic that can trigger one's nature. Let me see if you really don't have any designs on my sister and the Red Devil Mansion. This Book of the Soul was one of the rare original codices of the demonic path in this library. Furthermore, it wasn't Patrice's doing. A book of magic that could trigger one's nature. If Wu Yan was someone who had designs on the Red Devil Mansion, then, through the activation of the Book of the Soul, the nature of his heart would be exposed. At that time, no matter how mysterious Wu Yan was, he could hide his identity, but he couldn't hide his goals and ambitions. It was because of this that Patrice agreed to let a stranger like Wu Yan into her library. However, that man's attainment in magic is quite high as well. Patrice rubbed her forehead in vexation. She looked at the Book of Souls in her hand and hesitated. I wonder if it's possible to invade his mind without him noticing? There weren't many spells that could affect one's mind, but that didn't mean there weren't any. Basically, a mage would have a certain degree of resistance to some magic, and would also have their own means of defending against curse-like magic. Needless to say, magic that could invade one's mind and spirit would naturally have to be prepared to defend against it. The Book of the Soul, in Patrice's hand, was a book of magic specifically used to invade one's mind. Moreover, it was an original codex and its effects were much stronger than ordinary spells. However, Wu Yan's level of magic wasn't low either. Therefore, Patrice didn't know if her Book of the Soul could successfully infiltrate Wu Yan's mind. If he were to be seen through, the entire Red Devil Hall would probably become the target of his anger. Patrice wasn't willing to see that happen. However, if she didn't do that, she would be on tenterhooks if she stayed under the same roof with such a mysterious man. She was afraid that the other party would harbor ill intentions towards the Red Devil Mansion. At that time, it would be too late to defend against him and it would be a calamity. Patrice bit her lips at this thought. Forget it. If I really infuriate him, I will take full responsibility. After making up her mind, Patrice took a deep breath and infused her mana into the Book of Souls in the most obscure way at a frequency that didn't even produce any fluctuations. As her mana flowed in like water from a faucet, the surface of the Book of the Soul emitted a layer of faint glow. The entire Book of the Soul turned inconceivably transparent. Soon after, the Book of the Soul gradually floated up and flipped its pages. Wu Yan, who was immersed in the world of the Book of Witchcraft, faintly sensed an unusual aura. He lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. The tranquil atmosphere of the library was the same as before. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Misperception. Wu Yan immersed himself in the contents of the Book of Witchcraft once more. He hungrily absorbed the knowledge within the book. In fact, if it was in another place, Wu Yan wouldn't think that the strange feeling was an illusion. After all, Wu Yan was confident in his perception. However, this was the Red Devil Mansion, the fantasy village. In Wu Yan's subconscious mind, even though the fantasy village was full of traps, there wasn't anyone who could be considered a bad person. In addition, he had a favorable impression of the fantasy village. At this time, Wu Yan couldn't help but lower his guard. Therefore, this gave Patrice an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chance. Patrice seized the opportunity when Wu Yen lowered his guard and pressed her hand against the hovering book of witchcraft. Buzz! At the next moment, the surface of the book of witchcraft emanated dense, invisible waves that transformed into ripples that swiftly coalesced into the shape of an arrow and shot towards Wu Yen. Something's wrong. The moment the Book of Souls activated, Wu Yen couldn't have missed it even if he let his guard down. He raised his head abruptly. Patrice was quite close to Wu Yen. When Wu Yen reacted, the invisible waves had arrived before him and struck him heavily. Right at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Beep, beep, beep. When the Book of Witchcraft struck Wu Yen, bluish-white electric sparks flickered violently on the surface of Wu Yan's body. When the blue and white sparks appeared, the attack from the Book of Souls seemed to have met its natural predator. It shuddered and it reverberated back to its original form. *T. Patrice exclaimed. The rippling attack from the Book of Spirits spread out and struck Patrice like a shockwave as she cried out in alarm. Buzz! Patrice's body flickered in a dreamy radiance and the intellectual look in her eyes faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Smack! The precious demonic Tao scripture fell to the ground, but Patrice was oblivious to it. Her purple eyes first flashed with a vacant expression, followed by a sluggish expression, and finally, it turned into a ripple. Patrice's cheeks flushed red and her body started to heat up. Chapter 1732. Beep, beep, beep. The dense blue and white electric arcs were still flashing, drawing circles and circles, illuminating the entire dark library. It wasn't until the dense blue and white electric arcs on the surface of his body dimmed that Wu Yen finally put down his crossed hands in front of him. Traces of light flashed past his wine-red eyes. The electromagnetic barrier has been activated. In other words, someone is launching an attack that can interfere with my mind and soul? Electromagnetic barrier. That was one of the side effects of the electromancer's superpower. It was able to resist all attacks that affected the mind and spirit. Because of this electromagnetic barrier, Shokuha Misaki's mind control ability was ineffective against Mikoto. She could only control others to attack Mikoto. Now that the electromagnetic shield had been activated, it meant that someone was attacking Wu Yan's mind and spirit. And the direction of the attack was, Wu Yan sensed the dissonance in the air and instantly found the direction of the attack just now. He turned his head forcefully and looked over. But Wu Yen was stunned by what he saw. There was a young girl standing there, swaying as if she was drunk. Her face was filled with an alluring red as she stared at Wu Yen. She had a charming smile on her face as she walked over step by step. Looking at the young lady who was staggering towards him, Wu Yen spoke with uncertainty. Patrice? Yes. Something was wrong with the young girl who was approaching him. It was Patrice. However, the flushed face, bewitching smile, and intoxicated young lady was completely different from Wu Yan's impression of Patrice. It was no wonder that his tone was filled with uncertainty. Hee. Patrice revealed a mesmerizing smile as she approached. Marissa, you've come? Marissa? Wu Yen was stunned and asked doubtfully. Are you drunk? I'm not drunk. Patrice panted heavily as she muttered the words of a drunkard. I'm very conscious. Just that my head is a little dizzy. I think you're really drunk. Wu Yen was speechless. But Patrice arrived in front of Wu Yen and lifted her head to look at Wu Yan's face. She giggled. Marissa, how did you become taller? Who is that unfortunate black and white? Looking at Patrice's face that was extremely close to his. Wu Yan's expression turned unnatural and at the same time, he was filled with doubt. What happened to you? Patrice didn't speak anymore. She looked at Wu Yen in a daze. Then, she wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan's face. What's this situation? Could it be that Patrice didn't receive any information from me and decided to use a soft approach because she knew that force wouldn't work? Honey trap? Patrice responded to Wu Yan's question with a nasal voice and a sleep-talking voice. Marissa, today, I'm not letting you go. Wake up for me. You're a lily librarian. Wu Yan wanted to pinch Patrice's cheeks, but he recalled something and his expression changed. Don't tell me that you were the one who just cast a spell that interferes with my mind and spirit. In the end, after the spell was blocked by the electromagnetic barrier, you suffered a backlash and fell victim to it, right? That's right. After the magic from the Book of the Soul was blocked by the electromagnetic barrier formed by the electromancer's power, as the initiator of the Book of the Soul, when the magic was reflected, it was normal for the spell to backfire on itself. Right now, Patrice suffered a backlash from the Book of Souls. Not only did she fail to invade Wu Yan's mind, her own mind was corroded and her true nature was revealed. That is, Patrice's feelings for Marissa. In other words, Patrice held a taboo favorable impression towards the unfortunate black and white. Commonly known as a lily, this witch, who had lived for 100 years, looked like a very intellectual mage, and was actually a lesbian. What? After understanding this, Wu Yan raised his hand and surrendered. What the hell? Wake up. You're not right. I'm not. Patrice nudged her fair and smooth face towards Wu Yan's stiff expression and rubbed against Wu Yan's face. Her ample bosom hidden under her pajama-like clothes pressed against Wu Yan's body. Very normal right now. That's not normal. Wu Yan ridiculed and pushed Patrice away by her shoulder. What Wu Yan didn't notice is that the book of mojo that he was holding in his hand had rolled to the back of his chair. As a result, Patrice, who was pushed away, stumbled and stepped on the book. Her delicate body fell. Not only that, but a bookshelf also toppled over and mercilessly pressed down on Patrice. The bookshelves in the library were 10 to 20 meters tall and comparable to a skyscraper. Patrice, on the other hand, was a pure demoness who only knew how to cast magic. Her body was extremely weak. Under such circumstances, she would definitely be heavily injured if such a huge bookshelf fell on her. Wu Yan leaped forward and held Patrice in his arms. He used his hands to stop the falling bookshelf from crashing down on him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge bookshelf fell on Wu Yan's hands like empty tie. Books fell to the ground one after another. After supporting the bookshelf, Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Wu Yan sucked in another breath. That's because Patrice, who fell on Wu Yan's chest, had a pair of misty and hazy eyes. She was panting as she stood on her tiptoes and slowly inched her face closer to Wu Yan. Without a doubt, Patrice's target was Wu Yan's lips. Seeing Patrice standing on her tiptoes and inching her alluring red lips closer, smelling her fresh body fragrance and feeling her increasingly clear breathing and heartbeat, Wu Yan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and speak with a hoarse voice. You better wake up. Otherwise, you'll be the one regretting it. For a split second, traces of struggle appeared in Patrice's misty and hazy eyes. However, her body continued to move on its own. Patrice raised her hands and cupped Wu Yan's face. She slowly inched her head towards Wu Yan's face until their noses touched before slowing down. Feeling Patrice's breath at a close distance and facing her misty eyes, Wu Yan revealed a bitter smile. Later on, even if you want to stop, I won't stop. The struggle in Patrice's eyes intensified, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. The redness on her face reached its limit. In the next second, Patrice's bewildered violet eyes abruptly drew closer, while her face drew in the final bit of distance. Their lips pressed together without any gap. Wu Yan's lips immediately transmitted an ice-cold and soft sensation to Wu Yan's lips. He was forcefully kissed by the MQ. The restraint only lasted for a split second. When Patrice stuck out her tongue and gently licked Wu Yan's lips in an attempt to enter, Wu Yan no longer hesitated. He pushed the bookshelf in his hands back to its original position with perfect force. He then extended his arms and embraced the soft and delicate figure in his embrace. With this hug, Patrice's soft body sunk into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan could feel her well-endowed breasts. Wu Yan couldn't help but caress Patrice's body. His fingers roamed all over Patrice's body, making her gasp for air. Patrice's clothes were thick, extremely thick. It was so thick that her ample bosom, which was comparable to Violet's, was completely hidden. Wu Yen reached one hand into the thick clothes and caressed the soft flesh that was smoother than anything else. He rubbed it heavily, causing Patrice to groan. Her lips parted as she panted violently. At this moment, Wu Yen extended his other hand and caressed Patrice's perky buttocks. He then lightly bit her ear. It's still too early to stop. Ugh. In the dusky library, charming panting sounds continuously reverberated in the air. The dusky library was filled with traces of pink warmth. Chapter 1733. At this moment, Patrice was so ashamed that she wanted to die. The Book of Souls was a book of witchcraft that could trigger one's inner nature. However, in the process of the Book of the Soul triggering one's inner nature, it wasn't difficult for one to keep one's will in a sober state if one had a certain level of strength. Therefore, Patrice clearly knew of her every action after being devoured by the Book of Souls. Naturally, she even treated the man in front of her, who had just arrived at the Red Devil Mansion for less than a day, as a complete stranger. He might even be an enemy, as Marissa. She clearly knew every scene of him taking the initiative to kiss her. How could Patrice not feel ashamed and resentful? Especially after giving away her first kiss for no reason, Patrice felt like dying. When the other party's large hands reached into her clothes and teased her untouched body, Patrice nearly cried. After living for more than 100 years, this was the first time Patrice had suffered a loss in a matter other than Marissa's frequent visits to the library to steal the grimoire she had painstakingly written and never return it. Moreover, it was a huge loss, to the point that even her grandmother's family felt that it wasn't enough. What Patrice couldn't accept was that the man before her was making the most intimate contact with her. It seemed that while he was enjoying her delicate body, he was gradually grasping some of her body's secrets. For example, her sensitive spots. Even though Patrice knew that she was in an irresistible state, her heart couldn't help but yearn for it as the other party became increasingly proficient in his techniques. She yearned for the other party to continue exploring her body. Realizing this, Patrice wanted to die even more. Of course, the thing that made Patrice want to die the most was her own voice. Ugh. Ugh. In the dimly lit library, slightly hurried panting could be heard echoing in the surroundings. The sounds of lips and tongues intertwined with the panting could be heard clearly. Ripples were incessant. Amidst the sounds of heavy breathing and the intertwining of lips and tongues, the temperature in the dimly lit library seemed to have risen a little. The air was filled with an erotic atmosphere, boiling as the sounds became louder and louder. In a corner of the dark library, in the middle of a pile of books, there was a pile of books. A man and a woman were hugging each other. He was venting the passion in his heart. It wasn't until a certain moment after an unknown amount of time had passed that the intertwined lips and tongues finally separated. Ah! Patrice gasped for air, her face red to the point of intoxication. Her watery eyes were blurred and extremely alluring, making people want to take a bite out of them. Phew! Wu Yen let out a long breath and allowed it to hit Patrice's face. He lowered his head and gazed at the aroused Patrice. One of his hands was still fumbling inside her clothes while the other was hugging her waist. He gradually regained his composure. It's been so long, and Mumu is a demoness with high attainments in magic. No matter how powerful her magic is, she should have recovered by now, right? As though confirming Wu Yan's words, the panting Patrice trembled all of a sudden. She was still gasping for air, but her blurred eyes gradually flickered with an intellectual radiance. Just as Wu Yan predicted, Patrice was slowly recovering from the backlash of the Book of Souls. However, the slowly recovering Patrice stared blankly at Wu Yan as though she was struck by lightning. She didn't react for a long time. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw this. His hand that was roaming around Patrice's plump breasts started rubbing them. Ugh. Patrice let out a heavy nasal sound and finally recovered from her dazed state. She stared fixedly at Wu Yan, her purple eyes surging with various emotions. Shame, anger, bashfulness. All sorts of emotions welled up in Patrice's beautiful eyes, causing her intoxicated and emotional Patrice to appear livelier. Moreover, her lovable body began to twist and turn as though she was struggling. Let Let me go. Instead of saying that Patrice was struggling, it would be more accurate to say that she was trying to resist yet welcoming him. However, with Patrice's personality, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing, let alone a stranger she had only known for 1 or 2 days. From this, Wu Yan deduced that even though Patrice had regained her rationality, she still hadn't completely recovered from the backlash of the magic. Wu Yan smiled maliciously. Not only did he not release Patrice, he hugged her even tighter. His hand that was moving inside Patrice's clothes gradually increased in strength, stimulating her. Ugh. Ah. Patrice couldn't help but let out a sound. Her face turned even redder as she struggled even harder. Hurry. Let me go. Let you go. Wu Yan smirked. That's not impossible, but you have to tell me first. Why did you attack me? Patrice's struggling body froze for a moment, as the shame and indignation on her face turned into a strand of unnatural expression. What attack? If you want to feign ignorance, I suggest you find an outsider. Wu Yan leaned his forehead against Patrice's and pulled his lips closer. His voice was gentle and teasing. Don't forget, I'm not an outsider when it comes to magic. You're obviously suffering from the backlash of the magic you attacked me with. Are you trying to deny it? Looking at Wu Yan's lips and face that were constantly moving closer, Patrice couldn't conceal the panic in her heart. She could only surrender as she was about to be kissed again. I just want to know if you have any ulterior motives towards the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Ulterior motives? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. In other words, you haven't chosen to believe me, right? That's your fault. Patrice tried her best to keep her voice as calm as before. However, it was a pity that her voice trembled under the stimulation of her half-naked body and the random hand in her clothes. If you're willing to explain what happened between you and my sister, we won't suspect you. Are you sure you won't? Wu Yan said disapprovingly. Even if I tell you everything about me and Fran, will you believe me? At least, it's better than not knowing anything. Patrice seemed to have regained control of her body. She placed her hands on Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to push him away. However, her strength was pitifully weak. If you don't want to be suspected, give us an explanation. Oh. Wu Yan pondered for a moment before smiling. Do you really want me to explain my background? Even though Remy agreed to let you stay in Scarlet Fiend Mansion for my sister's sake, you are indeed staying with us. Patrice's other hand grabbed onto Wu Yan's hand, but she was powerless to pull it out. Her delicate body trembled as she gasped for breath. Since that's the case, if they don't have a certain understanding of you, the people in Scarlet Fiend Mansion won't be at ease with you. Do you want to be together with everyone when they are estranged from you? This time, Wu Yan retracted his smile and seriously considered it. However, Patrice wasn't happy about Wu Yan's consideration. After all, even if he acted like he was considering it, Wu Yan's hand was still roaming inside her clothes. Patrice's heart couldn't help but tremble as her delicate body gradually heated up. Just when Patrice was worried that she would lose her head out of fear from Wu Yan's teasing, Wu Yan suddenly pulled his hand out of her clothes, startling her. I have to say you're right. Since we're staying under the same roof, we should at least have no pressure. Wu Yan lifted Patrice's chin and lightly pecked her lips. I will seriously consider your words. After speaking, Wu Yan released his hand from Patrice's body and casually waved at her. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the library. Patrice stared blankly at Wu Yan's back as he gradually walked away. She lowered her head and took in her messy clothes. She felt the lingering warmth on her skin and squatted down, hugging her chest and lowering her head. Yua. Not long after, Patrice's embarrassed and resentful cries echoed in the library. Chapter 1734. Nightfall. However, for the fantasy land, the night was the time when it was truly active. Because most of the creatures in the fantasy land were monsters, fairies, and spirits. They were true nocturnal creatures. At the moment when night fell, perhaps all the humans in the human world had fallen asleep, but many monsters had just woken up at this time and were active in the fantasy land at night. Today, many monsters were rushing towards one of the directions of the fantasy land. The Monster Mountain. To be more precise, it should be the Red Devil Mansion at the foot of the Monster Mountain, beside the Lake of Fog. At the invitation of the head maid of the Red Devil Mansion, many monsters set off for the Red Devil Mansion to attend the banquet held by the Red Devil Mansion. The fantasy land was a true paradise. At the very least, that was the case for the monsters and other races that possessed mysterious powers that resided here. Under the constraints of the rune card rules, there was no real struggle in the fantasy land. It could be said to be relatively peaceful, and the monsters did not need to worry about their livelihood like humans. Therefore, in the fantasy land, the monsters could be said to be very idle. Under such circumstances, the monsters in the fantasy land liked banquets the most. Not only could they pass the time, but they could also eat and drink. More importantly, all kinds of interesting things would happen at the banquet. For the monsters in the fantasy land, they liked to hold banquets the most, and they also liked to attend banquets. Even in the fantasy land, every time there was a mutation and the mutation was solved by the witches of the Boli Shrine, they would hold a banquet as usual. Every once in a while, the Boli Shrine would also hold a banquet. It was a kind of celebration. Of course not. The banquet that the Boli Shrine would hold every once in a while had not been held for a long time. The reason was simple. The witches of this generation were too poor to hold a banquet. As for the Red Devil Mansion, it was a place where banquets were often held in the fantasy land. The master of the Red Devil Mansion was rich and liked to be lively. It was common to hold a banquet. So, the group of people who were invited entered the Red Devil Hall in a rather familiar manner. They were talking and laughing in the hall. It was very lively. In the hall of the Red Devil Hall, 4 long tables that were more than 10 meters long faced each other. They were placed in the 4 corners of the hall. On top of them were various kinds of steaming dishes, red wine, beer, rice wine, and other kinds of alcohol. They emitted an alluring aroma. At this moment, Wu Yan was wearing a formal attire prepared by the fairy maids of the Red Devil Mansion. He stood in a corner of the hall and looked forward, sizing up the people who had come to participate in the banquet. Wu Yan didn't know any of them. Obviously, in the original work, these people were just a bunch of side characters who didn't even have a chance to appear. This made Wu Yan, who was looking forward to seeing some familiar figures from the original work, feel a little disappointed. He withdrew his gaze and became a little dispirited. However, his interest only lasted for a short while. After an unknown amount of time, a hand slapped Wu Yan's back fiercely, and a voice rang out. "So, you're here too?" After being slapped heavily, Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. He tried his best to maintain his image. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he didn't want to see the person who came. He muttered to himself, "Where's Fran?" After saying that, as if he was going to look for Fran, Wu Yan lifted his feet and walked forward. But after taking a few steps, a flustered and exasperated figure jumped in front of him. "Don't ignore me." The person who came was holding a broom in her hand, wearing a black and white apron with a wizard hat on her head. It was Marissa. "I say, little brother, we've met before. Although we haven't fought, can you not ignore me?" Marissa grabbed the broom in her hand and pointed at Wu Yan arrogantly. "Or is it that we'll only be familiar with each other after a fight? Then let's hurry up and do it." "Do it, Myas." Wu Yan knocked Marissa's head forcefully, so forceful that it made a bang sound. Marissa clutched her head in pain and squatted on the ground. "If you want to find someone to do it with, go find Lingmeng. Don't come looking for me. And here I thought you were a man. I didn't expect you to be a coward." Marissa clutched her head and raised her head tearfully, glaring at Wu Yan. "You actually rejected someone else's offer to do it with you. I misjudged you." Hearing this, Wu Yan clutched his head as if he had a headache. Don't think that Marissa was really asking to do it with Wu Yan. The "do it" that Marissa was talking about wasn't do it, but do it. Marissa's main job was a great bandit, no mistake, but her secondary job was a mage, no mistake. And Marissa's magic was mostly focused on extremely powerful cannon attacks. Thus, if Marissa really agreed to do it with me, then it wouldn't be rolling in the sheets, but a real fight. Thus, Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Marissa, decisively rejecting her. I think you're too bored by yourself. That's why you're looking for someone to do it with you. Hearing this, Marissa stuck out her tongue as if she had been hit. Then she rolled her eyes and stood up, arms akimbo. Who said I came alone? I came with a friend. Saying this, Marissa turned her head and looked in another direction, attracting Wu Yan's gaze. The next moment, a figure slowly walked over and entered Wu Yan's eyes. It was an extremely beautiful girl. Her soft golden hair swayed gently, moving up and down as she walked. The young girl was wearing a blue sleeveless dress with a white coat draped over her shoulders like a shawl. She wore a red hair ring with white frilly edges, and there were red scarves tied around her waist and front. This was an extremely delicate girl at first glance. This was because the girl's skin color was very light, so light that it seemed to have lost its original color. However, it reflected circles of pearl-like light. Moreover, she had a very typical Western face, like a doll, lovable and beautiful. There was a thick book in the girl's hands. The surface of the book was tied into a bow with a red ribbon. It seemed to be locked. On each of the girl's shoulders, there was a palm-sized person sitting on each of her shoulders. Looking at the girl who looks like she belongs in a fairy tale world walking towards him step by step, even Wu Yen couldn't help but reveal an expression of amazement. The surrounding noises seemed to have died down and the girl walked up to him like the center of attention. Marissa! The girl glanced at Wu Yen who was standing in front of Marissa with the two midgets in tow. Then she spoke in a light voice. Can you not run around? Be careful not to be kicked out by others thinking you're here to steal something. I didn't steal anything, I just borrowed it. Marissa emphasized and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. Moreover, I didn't run around, I came here because I saw a friend. Friend? As if only now seeing Wu Yen properly, the girl cast her gaze on Wu Yen and said with some surprise. You a man? I'm a man. Wu Yen confirmed the girl's doubt with a resolute and decisive tone. Suspecting someone's gender on our first meeting, how should I react? I didn't mean that. The girl didn't apologize and only lightly shook her head. Her every movement revealed a kind of pleasing beauty. Outside of the human realm, the chances of meeting a man is very low. Some people can't even meet one in their entire life, so I'm a bit surprised. Indeed, in Fantasy Village, outside of the human realm, there are almost no men in other places. Let's not talk about other things. Even though Wu Yen has only been in Fantasy Village for 1 or 2 days, he still hasn't seen a single man. In the original work, very few men appear. It can be said that in Fantasy Village, apart from humans, men are the rarest national treasures. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. Marissa continued to pat Wu Yan's shoulder and pointed at the girl. She's my friend, she's called Alice. Alice. Alice? Megatron. Alice? Margot Royd. The girl named Alice's clear voice finally raised a bit. Not Megatron. Is that so? Marissa scratched her head. Well, no matter who it is, it's Alice. Wu Yen and Alice didn't know what to say when they saw Marissa's nonchalant attitude. Chapter 1735. But. While Wu Yen, Marissa, and Alice were talking, an angry voice rang out from the other side of the hall. Hearing this voice, Wu Yen inwardly cursed. It had only been a day or 2 since he arrived at Fantasy Village. Although he had met many people, none of them gave Wu Yen the chance to introduce himself. Naturally, no one knew Wu Yan's name. The only person who introduced himself to Wu Yen was someone who used the name Ba Yunbai. There was only one person, on the other side of the hall, near the door. A young girl wearing a red and white witch robe with a large bow on her head was angrily stomping towards Wu Yen. That's Ling Meng? Marissa looked at Wu Yen with an uncertain expression. She looked at Wu Yen with a shocked expression. What did you do to provoke Ling Meng, who is usually uninterested in anything, to such an extent? Alice seemed to be surprised as well. Seeing Ling Meng's angry appearance, her gaze towards Wu Yen was filled with curiosity. Wu Yen is the only one who can't say anything. He covered his face and once again he couldn't say anything. Only he knew that there was only one reason for Ling Meng's anger. Ling Meng angrily arrived in front of Wu Yen and shouted at Wu Yen, "You bastard, what are you trying to do by disappearing for the whole day? Don't you know that you are a super troublesome person? Do you think you'll cause trouble wherever you go?" Sure enough, Ling Meng's anger was most likely not because she was worried about where Wu Yen went the whole day, but because she was worried about whether Wu Yen had caused any trouble. "I won't refute your super troublesome statement for now." Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and waved his hand impatiently. "Besides, even if I did cause trouble, I'll give you some money. You will forgive me too. What kind of person do you take me for?" Ling Meng shouted angrily. "Give me some money? Could a little money solve the problem? Shouldn't you at least give me more?" By the side, Marissa and Alice nearly fell down. Wu Yan's face was also twitching. Looking at the indignant Ling Meng, he did not even feel like ridiculing her. "Can you keep your voices down?" At this moment, a voice filled with displeasure entered the ears of the group of people. "Those who don't know might think that you're planning to fight. Would the banquet still be held then?" Hearing this voice full of displeasure, Lin Yiqian nodded. The group of people turned their heads. In the next moment, a young girl with long, straight purple hair and dressed like pajamas entered the line of sight. Impressively, it was Patrice. Looking at Patrice, who was standing there looking at them with a displeased expression, or more accurately, looking at Wu Yen with a displeased expression, Ling Meng, Marissa, Alice, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. What did you do to incur the wrath of both men and gods? The one who said that was Alice, whom he had just met. The way Alice looked at Wu Yen changed from disregard, to curiosity, and now, it's a weird look. It's one thing to make Ling Meng, who has never been angry before, so angry, but you actually made this family member who has no feelings for you so angry. Could it be that you really know how to stir up trouble? Angry? Marissa couldn't help but look at Patrice. Is Patrice angry? It was natural for Marissa to have such doubts. After all, from the perspective of others, Patrice, who was looking at Wu Yen with a displeased expression, didn't seem to be angry at Wu Yen. Instead, it seemed more like she hated Wu Yen. At the very least, that was what Marissa thought. However, Alice nodded with absolute certainty. This family member is indeed angry. My apologies for being a homebody. Patrice's displeased face turned towards Alice as she forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It's indeed incomparable to a doll. The corners of Alice's eyes twitched, and a fake smile appeared on her face. It's a banquet after all. As a doll player, I might have to go on stage to perform a play. It's different from a certain family member who only knows how to read books. That's unfortunate. There's no need for a doll player to embarrass herself in today's banquet. As the host, it's better for me to properly entertain you. Isn't it shameful for a certain family member to squat? Isn't it embarrassing for you to specially entertain us? If a certain family member collapses due to exhaustion, wouldn't that be troublesome? The Scarlet Devil Mansion might be huge, but this is the only place for the banquet. There's no need for the guests to worry about their stamina. I'm more worried that due to the large number of people, a certain doll might be trampled to pieces. That would be our responsibility. That's not true. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is huge. How could anyone trample on a doll? Please don't say that. It's fine to trample on one or two, right? Otherwise, it would be too disappointing, right? In an instant, Patrice and Alice's eyes seemed to release electric currents as they clashed fiercely in midair. Sparks flew in all directions as the atmosphere turned tense. Seeing Patrice and Alice in such a state, Wu Yen, Soul Dream, and Marissa took a step back. Marissa's face was filled with fear and doubt. Patrice is no longer like Patrice. Alice is also no longer like Alice. Marissa said weakly. Patrice is very calm and Alice is very gentle. Why did they suddenly become like this? Hearing Marissa's words, Wu Yen wanted to laugh but couldn't. Why did Patrice become no longer like Patrice and Alice become no longer like Alice? It's simple. Because Patrice likes Marissa and so does Alice. They are both lesbians. They both like Marissa, who loves cannons. Naturally, they are each other's love rivals. It is this inconceivable relationship that caused Patrice and Alice to become different from themselves. I don't know. Soul Dream turned her head away and spoke lazily. I am here to participate in the banquet, not to mediate. Bring me food. I'm talking to you. Marissa patted Wu Yan's shoulder decisively. As Soul Dream's husband, shouldn't you serve Soul Dream? Soul Dream's husband? Patrice and Alice, who were on the verge of breaking out into a fight, looked at Soul Dream and cried out in surprise. Have you learned from that crow who loves to take pictures? Princess Ling Meng listlessly opened her mouth. He's not my husband. Is that so? Wu Yan blinked his eyes at Soul Dream. Even if I give you a bag of gold coins every day, you won't admit that I am your husband? A bag of gold coins every day? Soul Dream's body trembled as she regained her spirit. Take out the gold coins first. I say. Marissa looked at Soul Dream with disdain. Just a few gold coins and you're willing to sell yourself out? I have misjudged you, is that so? Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Marissa. Then if I give you a few precious treasures every day, will you be willing to be my wife? Treasures? A certain black and white bandit's ears perked up. What treasures? Marissa. Alice raised her voice when she saw Marissa's face full of interest. You can't be intending to marry this man, right? Actually, you can come along. Wu Yan invited Alice, who he just met 5 minutes ago. If you and Marissa marry me together, we can roll in the sheets every night. WB Marissa, roll in the sheets? Alice's mind buzzed as her mind was in a mess. Traces of redness appeared on her face as her eyes wavered. Looking at Ling Meng, Marissa, and Alice, the three beauties who got knocked down by him, Wu Yan felt a bit of satisfaction in his heart. Suddenly, Wu Yan felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. At the same time, he felt a chill from his back. Actually have designs on Marissa? Patrice lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. This caused Wu Yan's heartbeat to quicken. However, when Patrice lifted her head, there was no trace of gloominess on her face. Instead, there was a trace of redness as though she was bashful. Is your wife lacking? Lacking? Lacking. Wu Yan stared blankly before grabbing Patrice's hand without hesitation. Missing every day, every night, every minute, and every minute. If you have any cute girls, please introduce them to me too. Chapter 1736. Clap, 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 clap. On the platform of the Red Devil Mansion's main hall, a clapping sound suddenly echoed in the air above the mansion and entered the ears of everyone present. In the Red Devil Mansion's main hall, the demons that came to participate in the banquet all stopped talking. The entire hall became silent in an instant. Then, they raised their heads one by one and looked at the platform above the stairs. There, Remilia, who was wearing a cherry-colored goth lowly outfit, was floating in the air. Her delicate body seemed to be floating on water. She was moving up and down with a faint frequency. She had a confident smile on her face. While clapping, she attracted the attention of everyone present. Welcome everyone to the Red Devil Mansion. Her scarlet eyes slowly swept across everyone below. Remilia was like a king sitting on a throne. She raised her head and a childish yet majestic voice rang out clearly. Today, I have invited everyone to my Red Devil Mansion to announce a joyous occasion. With that, Remilia raised a hand. In an instant, Zui Yi, who was wearing a maid outfit, held the hand of Fran, who was looking down with excitement. They walked towards Remilia. Seeing this, whispers began to ripple from below. Isn't that Fran? Marissa, who had once sneaked into the Red Devil Mansion with the intention of borrowing something, coincidentally bumped into Fran. She had played bullet screen with Fran many times and could be considered to have gotten to know her through fighting. Now, she looked at Fran in a daze with a face full of surprise. Why did Fran come out? Didn't Remilia refuse to let Fran come out all this time? Marissa. Not only Marissa, even Alice, who knew more or less, frowned in surprise. Only Wu Yan, Ling Meng, and Patrice's expressions didn't change. They silently looked at Fran, who was approaching Remilia. Under everyone's gaze, Fran wasn't afraid of strangers at all. Zuyi led her to Remilia's side. Remilia landed on the ground and looked at Fran, who seemed to be excited because of the commotion. She couldn't help but smile. She took Fran's hand and faced everyone present. "This is my Remilia? Scarlet's sister, Flandra?" "Scarlet." Remilia sighed softly. "I believe that many people present know that my sister's health has always been poor. She has never left the Red Devil Hall, nor has she appeared in front of others." Hearing this, many demons looked at each other. Of course, they knew that Fran was in poor health. Her health was so poor that the people who played with her were in poor health. Some of them even lost their bodies. Since that was the case, why did Remilia let this evil girl come out? Today, I would like to announce to everyone that from today onwards, my younger sister will no longer have to suffer. Remilia was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. Fran's body has been completely cured. There won't be any more problems. In the future, she will be able to walk openly under the sun. She won't be cooped up in her room anymore. Hearing this, everyone present burst into an uproar. His body was cured? In other words, this bastard girl was no longer dangerous, and he could get along with her without any worries, right? I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Remilia shifted her gaze to the crowd below and announced in a resounding voice. That's why I hope that everyone can share this joyous mood with me. Please don't stand on ceremony. This banquet will not end until dawn. Enjoy the food and drinks here. In the blink of an eye, all the demons cheered, causing the Red Devil Mansion to become lively. Also, Remilia raised her voice once more, and the demons all quieted down in unison. But this time, there wasn't the slightest trace of a smile on Remilia's face. If one observed carefully, one could even see a trace of depression. She extended her hand and pointed in a certain direction in the hall. Our Red Devil Hall will also have a new member. He will become the butler of our Red Devil Hall. Everyone get to know each other. In the hall, everyone's gaze followed Remilia's finger. Over there, Wu Yen is surrounded by Ling Meng, Marissa, Patrice, and Alice. He had a shocked expression on his face. Butler of the Red Devil Hall? Ling Meng, Alice, and Marissa looked at Wu Yen in astonishment. Especially Ling Meng, she asked in bewilderment. Aren't you the head of the Yakumo family? How did you become the butler of the Red Devil Hall? The head of the Yakumo family. This time, it was Patrice's turn to look at Wu Yen in doubt. What's up with the head of the Yakumo family? I'm the one who needs an answer the most. Wu Yen puckered his brows and pulled Patrice to his side, whispering into her ear. What exactly is going on? That's Big Sister's decision? Patrice revealed an uncomfortable expression when Wu Yen whispered into her ear, but she still explained. No matter what, Big Sister wanted Remy to announce that you're staying in the Red Devil Hall. Remy had no choice but to let you be the butler of the Red Devil Hall. Did you ask for my permission? Wu Yen bitterly smiled. Everyone in the hall was looking at him. He couldn't refute and embarrass Remilia and the entire Red Devil Hall. He could only sigh and take a step forward. Yakumo Bai will temporarily be the butler of the Red Devil Hall. Please give me your guidance, Yakumo? Many demons began to mutter to themselves. Clearly, they were demons who knew what this surname represented. That's all I want to announce. Seeing that Wu Yen didn't embarrass her, Remilia seemed satisfied and nodded to all the monsters present. Everyone, please enjoy this banquet to your heart's content. After saying that, Remilia took Furan, who was waving at Wu Yen, and left the scene with Sakuya. It wasn't until Remilia left that the group of little monsters started chatting again. They began to enjoy the dishes on the long tables around them. What's the meaning of this? On the other side, Princess Lingmeng questioned Wu Yen. I just wanted to stay in the shrine yesterday, and today I'm staying in the Red Devil Hall. Don't tell me you're unhappy about having to give me a bag of gold coins to stay in the shrine? A lot of things happened. This was a last-minute decision. Wu Yen explained in distress. It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. Princess Lingming clutched her chest and looked at Wu Yen with vigilance. But don't think about taking back the gold coins. Fine. Wu Yen sighed. Do whatever you want, Yakumo Bai's family head, Red Devil Hall's butler. Boli Shrine's male head. Marissa seemed to be getting to know Wu Yen all over again. She started sizing up Wu Yen. I didn't expect you to have such a strong background. Princess Lingmeng, who was feeling smug about not having to raise a nuisance, glanced at Marissa. That last one is wrong. Let's not talk about that. Wu Yen sighed again and pulled himself together. Let me ask you a question. Do you know where the Forever Pavilion is? Forever Pavilion? Princess Lingmeng, Marissa, Patrice, and Alice were startled. Why are you looking for the Forever Pavilion? This was Patrice's question. Are you looking for a fight? This was Marissa's reply. Don't tell me you're related to the Forever Pavilion? This was Alice's question. Don't cause any more trouble. This was Princess Lingmeng's warning. Wu Yen patted his cheeks and placed his hand on Patrice's shoulder. MQ. Bring me to the Forever Pavilion tomorrow. I'm not MQ. Patrice slapped away Wu Yan's hand and displayed a rare resistance. Go by yourself. Don't be like that. Wu Yen smiled mischievously at Patrice. If you bring me to the Forever Pavilion, I can tell you a secret about Marissa. My secret? Marissa was startled. Marissa's secret? Patrice's eyes lit up and she struggled for a bit before coughing dryly. It's not a problem if it's just bringing me there. I can bring you there too. Alice suddenly stood up and stared at Wu Yen with some hope in her eyes. I can bring you there too, ha! Wu Yen could only laugh helplessly. Fine, I will also tell you Marissa's secret. Alice's expression eased and she met Patrice's gaze. Sparks flew between them once again. R1152. Chapter 1737. It had to be said that the fantasy village was indeed a very magical place. This evaluation was not only for the fantasy village, which was much more magical than the outside world, but also for the existences who lived in the fantasy village. If they were outside and Remilia announced to outsiders that Fran had returned to normal and would not attack others in the future, even if others chose to believe her, they would not dare to recklessly approach Fran in a short period of time after seeing that she was not dangerous with their own eyes. After all, if they were not careful, it was very likely that they would be smashed into pieces, right? But in the fantasy village, the group of monsters who came to attend the banquet and heard Remilia's announcement did not doubt her at all, nor were they worried that Fran would suddenly go crazy. During the banquet, all of them were like curious babies, going to talk to Fran. Fran was not afraid of strangers at all. In fact, she seemed to be very happy. She did not refuse anyone who came to talk to her. She used an innocent, romantic, and cheerful expression and voice to chat with the other monsters. Throughout the entire process, Remilia was like a stupid sister, accompanying Fran and taking care of her. Sometimes she would angrily scold the monsters who came up to touch Fran, sometimes she would stop those who were too close to Fran, sometimes she would lecture Fran, and sometimes she would look at Fran and smile foolishly. Under such circumstances, during the entire banquet, the voices of Remilia and Fran, the sisters, never stopped and frequently entered the ears of every monster, making the monsters present even more excited. Just as Remilia said before the banquet began, this banquet was held until almost dawn before it was announced that it was over. Amidst the farewells of the monsters, the noise in the Red Devil Mansion's hall gradually stopped. Both Ling Meng and Marissa were ordinary humans, at least their existences were ordinary humans. Their bodies did not have any strange organs or blood, except for the powerful strength that others did not have. They were just humans. After staying up all night, the two of them were about to fall asleep before dawn, but in the end, they did not hold on. Before dawn, they were a little drunk and sleepy. They fell to the ground. They never got up again. Compared to Ling Meng and Marissa, Alice, on the other hand, was much better. Alice was originally a human, but later on, after a period of cultivation, he had become a mage. The magicians here didn't refer to humans like Marissa who could use magic, but rather to a race of monsters. If Marissa was a human whose job was to be a magic caster, then Alice was a monster whose race was to be a magic caster. Thus, Alice was not a human, but a monster. Naturally, at night, she was much more energetic than the humans, Spirit Dream and Marissa. In the end, with no other choice, Ling Meng was sent back to the Boli Shrine by Wu Yen, while Marissa was sent back home by Alice. During this period of time, it was very likely that she would have to take care of Marissa. Alice indicated that she would probably have to postpone the trip to the Forever Pavilion for a day. Patrice objected to this and said that she alone was enough to lead the way. Alice could just go wherever it was cool. However, after Alice pointed at Patrice's sleepy and pale face and ridiculed her, the sleepy and exhausted Patrice agreed to postpone the trip for a day. Actually, regardless of whether it was Patrice or Alice, even if they were to lead the way out of goodwill, they wouldn't be so proactive and wouldn't lay a trap for the other party. However, due to Marissa's secret, Patrice had even forgotten that she had been taken advantage of by Wu Yen. Alice had also forgotten that she had only known Wu Yen for less than a night. The two of them displayed extraordinary enthusiasm and insisted on leading the way for Wu Yen. Wu Yen could only look at the sky and sigh. As expected of the winner of life in the fantasy village, the black and white great bandit Marissa. To be able to train these two Yuri girls, she was truly a godly person, a role model for my generation. When dawn approached and the sky turned slightly white, the main hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion was finally empty. All the monsters had left the mansion and returned home to sleep, leaving behind an extremely miserable scene. Wu Yan's current identity to the outside world was the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Regardless of whether this identity was real or fake, the work of cleaning was not something he could do under the methods of the many fairy maids and capable head maids in the Red Devil Mansion. Therefore, when Patrice and the imp returned to the underground library to rest, Black Knight and the other servants were cleaning up the scene. Wu Yen also intended to leave. Unfortunately, even if Wu Yen was willing to leave, Fran wouldn't allow him to. Thus, in one of the luxurious rooms of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room, Fran stood on the bed and shouted in front of the dazed Remilia. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother." As soon as these words were spoken, Remilia was first stunned. Then, an incomparably shocked and furious roar resounded throughout the entire Red Devil Mansion. Absolutely. Right. Fran seemed to have expected Remilia to say this. She tilted her head and looked at the shocked and furious Remilia with an aggrieved expression. Could it be that Big Sister wants Fran to sleep in the basement? Of course not. Of course not. Remilia replied without hesitation. She also glared at Wu Yen, who was enjoying the show. "Fran, you can sleep with Big Sister." "Okay." Fran immediately jumped up and down on the bed excitedly. "Then Big Brother, Big Sister, come quickly." For an instant, Wu Yen and Remilia almost couldn't react. "Big Brother? Big Sister? Come quickly?" "Fran." Remilia looked at Fran with trepidation as though she thought of a possibility. "Don't tell me you want Big Sister and that guy too." "That's right." Fran's crisp voice echoed in the room. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother and Big Sister." Remilia froze and looked at the enlightened Wu Yen with a stiff expression. "Sleep with this guy? What kind of joke is this?" Remilia immediately flipped out. "Who wants to sleep with him?" Sigh. Fran's pretty face fell. "So Big Sister doesn't want to sleep with Fran?" "I don't want to sleep with this guy." Remilia pointed her finger at Wu Yen, who acted like he didn't care about this matter. She was fuming inside. "Fran, you can sleep with Big Sister." "No way." Fran yelled out. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother." "You." All right. If you keep arguing, when can we sleep?" Wu Yen, who was already yawning, waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to sleep, hurry up and sleep. If you keep arguing, the prestige of the Red Devil Dojo's owner will drop by a few levels." Wu Yen ignored Remilia's angry shouts and sat on her bed. He picked up Fran and lay down on the bed. "Sleep early, Fran." "I know, Big Brother." Fran rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest with a blissful expression. She then looked at Remilia expectantly. "Big Sister." Seeing Wu Yen lying on her bed and Fran looking at her with a hopeful expression, Remilia opened and closed her mouth. She couldn't bring herself to say no. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Remilia had lived for 500 years and had never shared a bed with a man before. Now, She had to share a bed with a man she had only known for a day or two, and even hated a little? Of course, Remilia wasn't willing. However, when she saw Fran's expectant expression, Remilia, who felt guilty for what she did to Fran, could only struggle for a while. She then gave up and shouted, "Forget it!" With a flap of her wings, Remilia flew into the air. She glided in a perfect arc and landed beside Flan. She laid down beside Flan and she glared at Wu Yen with a warning look in her eyes. "If you dare while I'm sleeping." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yen coldly retorted, "Go back. To me, you're more of a disobedient little sister than a member of the opposite sex." "Who's your little sister?" Before Remilia could retort, Wu Yen closed his eyes and kissed Fran's forehead. "Good night." "Good night, big brother." Fran also kissed Wu Yan's cheek. When Remilia couldn't hold it in anymore, Fran turned around and kissed Remilia's cheek. "Good night, big sister." Remilia touched her cheek in a daze. When she saw Fran's happy expression, something in her heart melted. She couldn't help but hug Fran. "Good night, little sister." Chapter 1738. Whether it was because they had gone too far or because everyone had burned themselves out, the entire Red Devil Mansion had been quiet since the end of the banquet. Not a single sound could be heard. Almost everyone was immersed in their dreams and did not wake up for a long time. This state was maintained until the next morning. It was not until the next morning that the fairy maids came out of their rooms and began to work. In other words, all the members of the Red Devil Mansion had been sleeping from the morning of the banquet until the morning of the next day. They had slept for an entire day and night. Because the owner of the Red Devil Mansion was a vampire, and a vampire who was afraid of light and water, the Red Devil Mansion was very large, but there were not many windows. They were closed all day, and it was very difficult for natural light to shine into the Red Devil Mansion. And Remilia's room did not even have a window. The entire room, except for a door, was filled with walls. In such a room, if the lights were turned off, it would be dark even during the day. Therefore, Wu Yen, Fran, and Remilia were not disturbed by other factors in their sleep. They slept comfortably for a very, very long time. However, this sleep was destined to be unable to sleep. In his sleep, Wu Yen suddenly felt a strong murderous aura rushing towards him. And it was directed at him. That undisguised murderous aura. It directly stimulated Wu Yen, who had fallen into a deep sleep, to the point that his mind was clear. His consciousness returned to his mind in an instant. His eyes opened abruptly, and he turned his head to look at the source of the murderous aura. However, when the source of the murderous aura became a scene and entered Wu Yan's field of vision, Wu Yen was stunned. He saw that the source of the murderous aura, which was so strong that it seemed to have been trained in a slaughterhouse, came from a tall and slender figure. The tall and slender figure stood at the door of the room. A decent made uniform seemed to be spread out. It was worn without a single wrinkle. A pair of blue eyes flickered like starlight in the dim room, as bright and dazzling as her silver hair. Unfortunately, at this moment, that pair of bright and dazzling blue eyes were surging with a strong murderous aura. Like arrows, they were released in the room at a strong frequency that was enough to sting one's skin. It should be said that it was released on Wu Yan's body. The person who came was 16 Knights, Black Knight. Seeing that Black Knight had no intention of hiding his murderous aura and was staring straight at him, as if he could attack at any time, Wu Yen frowned. No one would be in a good mood when they were awakened by murderous aura. What's more, the one releasing murderous intent towards Wu Yen is someone who lives under the same roof as him to a certain extent, so there shouldn't be any hostile relationship between them. That was even worse. At least, Wu Black Knight. Wu Yen frowned as he looked at Sakuya. Black Knight. Black Knight took a deep breath and restrained his murderous aura in the face of such an unkind remark. He returned to his calm appearance. I'm sorry, Master Eight Clouds, I just didn't expect that as a housekeeper, you would sleep in the same bed with the person you serve, so I'm a little surprised. Your surprise is really shocking. Wu Yen looked at Black Knight as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. His frown loosened, and he waved his hand lazily. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been frightened by your surprise. Although I don't think so, allow me to ask. Black Knight ignored Wu Yan's teasing. Perhaps he knew that he couldn't win against Wu Yan with words, so he stared at Wu Yan and asked straightforwardly. Lord Bai Yunbai, could it be that you didn't get into the first Mrs. bed without her permission? When he said this, Sakuya once again released a dense killing intent. It's clear that if Wu Yan's answer isn't correct, even if he can't beat him, Sakuya will still fight him to the death. It turned out that this smart and capable head-maid thought that Wu Yan secretly slept in Remilia's bed, so she had such a big reaction. This perfect head-maid could do everything properly, but when it came to Remilia, it seemed that she would become very irrational. However, Wu Yan didn't do anything wrong, so he didn't need to be afraid of Sakuya's threatening questioning. He ignored Sakuya's murderous aura and glanced at her. Do you think I have any reason to sleep in two children's beds without permission? Little children. Xiao Ye's overflowing murderous aura immediately froze. Indeed, Remilia and Fran looked like children, but they had lived for 500 years and 495 years respectively. They were almost 20 times longer than Wu Yan. Who would treat these two vampire lords as children? This was the first time Black Knight heard someone say this about Remilia. If Remilia heard it, she would definitely go berserk. Wu Yan couldn't possibly know about Sakuya's weird thoughts. He's just telling the truth. Perhaps Remilia and Fran had lived for a long time, but they were just children in Wu Yan's heart. One looked dignified, but was actually very childish. The other looked dangerous, but was even less intelligent than a 10-year-old child. A pair of sisters like this, no matter how long they live, in Wu Yan's heart, they're just two kids. Wu Yan couldn't go back to sleep after Sakuya's ruckus. He yawned and crawled out of bed. He stretched his back and looked at his side. Big brother. Fran was sucking on her thumb. She was sleep-talking to her big brother. Fran. Remilia was hugging Fran. She was also sleeping, but she was sleep-talking to her little sister. Looking at the cute sleeping posture of the two girls who don't look more than 10 years old, Sakuya couldn't help but soften her expression and reveal a faint smile. Not to mention, Wu Yan's heart is filled with pampering. He gently let go of Flan, who was grabbing onto his clothes. Then he tucked Remilia, who kicked the blanket away under the blanket. Wu Yan got up from the bed and covered the two girls with the blanket. Sweet dreams. Wu Yan rubbed Furan's head and he kissed her on the forehead. Then he chuckled at Remilia, who is still pouting. You're so cute when you're sleeping. Why are you so clumsy normally? Wu Yan also touched Remilia's head and kissed her forehead. Watching the scene unfold, Ji couldn't help but take a step forward, but he immediately stopped. That's because Sakuya saw that Wu Yan's eyes don't have any evil intentions. Instead, there's only the kind of doting that he would treat his own sister. This caused Wu Ye's blue eyes to gradually lose focus as she looked at Wu Yan. The man in front of him really treated Remilia as his little sister from the bottom of his heart. And he seemed to be very concerned about Remilia. What was going on? It was fine if he treated the second young lady like this, but the first young lady had only known him for less than 3 days and had many conflicts with him. Why did he still have such love in his eyes? These questions piled up in Black Knight's heart, causing his calm heart to fluctuate a little. At the same time, he wanted to know more about the man who suddenly broke into the Scarlet Devil Mansion's life. Perhaps, only by understanding him could she know what he was thinking. How did he sign a contract to share his life with the second miss? How did he think of the first miss? Hiding these thoughts in his heart, Sakuya looked at Wu Yan, who was walking over, and he bowed slightly without any ripples. Breakfast is ready, Lord Bai. Do you want to eat? Ready? Wu Yan flinched for a second. Shouldn't I be the one to prepare breakfast? Maids like us usually do the rough work. Zuyi answered expressionlessly. Lord Bai is the steward of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. You only need to guide us. It seems that my position in the Scarlet Devil Mansion is quite good. Wu Yan shrugged. Did you make breakfast? I'm in charge of breakfast for the two young ladies and Lord Bai. Then I'll eat. This time, Black Knight was stunned. Is he not going to eat if I don't make it? Unfortunately, as soon as Black Knight asked this question, Wu Yan lazily walked out of the room, leaving Black Knight alone. He looked at his back for a long time without saying anything. Chapter 1739. In the Red Devil Mansion, the one with the highest position was Remilia. After all, Remilia was the master of the Red Devil Mansion. Be it internal or external, her position was naturally the highest. And behind Remilia, the second Miss, Fran, was the one with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. If there was anyone in the Scarlet Devil Mansion that could faintly compare to Remilia and Fran, it would be Remilia's friend, the owner of the underground library of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice. Remilia, Fran, and Patrice were the three most unshakable existences in the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from Remilia, Fran, and Patrice, Zuyi was the person with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. Next would be the fairy maids working in the Red Devil Mansion. And at the bottom of the hierarchy was the gatekeeper, Hong Meiling, a pitiful character that made one sympathize with her. As for the imp's position, it was somewhat special. As Patrice's familiar, the imp was absolutely obedient to Patrice's orders. But because she was Patrice's familiar, the imp didn't need to listen to anyone other than her master. Even Remilia, who had the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion, was no exception. But Remilia was the master of the Red Devil Mansion and the imp's master lived in her territory. This way, the imp's position was somewhat unclear. However, on the surface, the imp's position in the Red Devil Mansion was also faintly seen as being on the same level as Zuyi, the head maid. It was just that she didn't have the authority to command the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion. In other words, apart from Remilia, Fran, and Patrice, Zuyi was the person with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. But now, after Remilia announced that Wu Yan had become the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, her value began to drop. Just as Zuyi said, the ordinary rough work was the job of the maids and even Zuyi herself as the head maid. The butler's job was to solve the master's problems, manage all the affairs in the house, guide the maids. This guide naturally included Zuyi as the head maid. Thus, in the past, Zuyi was only in charge of Remilia and Fran's basic necessities. But now, he also needed to serve his boss in name. The breakfast that he was responsible for had also increased from 2 to 3. Patrice's basic necessities were usually taken care of by the imps, but only on special occasions. For example, when Remilia invited Patchouli over for dinner, Nagaya was in charge. During breakfast, Zuyi acted like a proper head maid. While Wu Yan was eating, she explained some of the rules of the Scarlet Devil Mansion to him. For example, characters like Wu Yan and Zuyi who served their masters, as well as the maids in the Red Devil Mansion, had to have breakfast before Miss Remilia and Miss Fran woke up. Then they had to wake the two ladies up and serve them to get up, wash up, and eat. Although Wu Yan really wanted to tell Zuyi that he didn't want to be the butler of the Red Devil Hall, he was just forcing a duck onto a perch. But when he saw Zuyi's neither servile nor overbearing attitude as she continued to explain the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion without changing her expression, Wu Yan was stunned and couldn't say these words. Because from Zuyi's words, Wu Yan clearly knew how much this head maid cared about the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion. Obviously, Zuyi liked the affairs she did as the head maid in the Red Devil Mansion from the bottom of her heart. This way, Wu Yan couldn't say, "I'm just a butler in name and won't care about the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion," which was equivalent to denying the things that Zuyi valued. With no other choice, Wu Yan could only choose to listen to Zuyi's instructions obediently. Anyway, Fran was also here. Being the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion could be considered as taking care of Fran. At the same time, he could also take care of that fake dignified young lady. Apart from these two, his position in the Red Devil Mansion was considered the highest. Why not? Of course, if those who knew Wu Yan's true identity knew about this matter, they would definitely laugh their heads off. As a true ancestor, the king of vampires, he was actually the butler of two little vampires who were still wet behind the ears. Wouldn't others laugh their heads off? Zuyi seemed to have thought of this as well, so when explaining the rules and affairs of the Red Devil Mansion, she had been paying attention to Wu Yan's performance. Only after confirming that Wu Yan didn't have any adverse reaction did she let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, her impression of Wu Yan improved a lot. This was a person who wouldn't stick to trifles, wouldn't care about the opinions of outsiders, and wouldn't be arrogant because he had a noble bloodline. In addition, this person treated two little vampires whose bloodlines were much weaker than her as younger sisters. Zui Yi truly felt that she should really get to know this person. One had to know that in the values of vampires, bloodline determined everything. Vampires with a higher bloodline should naturally have a higher status than vampires with a weaker bloodline. Just like the Dragon Clan, they regarded bloodline as a standard, and this standard was deeply ingrained and unshakable. Even if the one with a weaker bloodline was stronger than the one with a higher bloodline, it was the same. It was also because of this that Remilia had more than once been distressed by the low level of her bloodline. There was even a period of time when she tried her best to find a way to improve her bloodline, only to give up helplessly in the end. To be honest, Remilia's bloodline wasn't considered low. Otherwise, in the era when the true ancestor of vampires disappeared, Remilia wouldn't have become more and more high-profile. To put it bluntly, excluding the true ancestor, even if Remilia's bloodline wasn't at the peak of the vampire's bloodline, it was still at the top. Unfortunately, compared to the true ancestor, it was still far inferior. Compared to the nobles who stood at the peak of the vampire's bloodline, it was still a bit lacking. Even someone like Remilia was distressed by her bloodline. It was clear how much importance vampires placed on their bloodline. Thus, while Zui Yi was surprised that Wu Yan didn't become arrogant because of his true ancestor bloodline, his impression of Wu Yan improved significantly. What Zui Yi didn't know was that Wu Yan didn't start off as a true ancestor. He only became a true ancestor after exchanging for a true ancestor bloodline with the system. He didn't have the deep-rooted bloodline values of vampires. If Wu Yan had started off as a true ancestor, perhaps he really would have looked down on Remilia and Fran. Time passed quietly during Zui Ye's explanation. In other words, setting aside the empty breakfast tray, Wu Yan sat down and crossed his arms in front of his chest. My job is to guide your work in the Scarlet Devil Mansion every day and receive your reports. Other than that, I'm only responsible for Remilia and Fran's affairs, right? Yes. Zui Yi didn't bother correcting Wu Yan's way of addressing the first miss and second miss of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. However, I'm in charge of the first miss and second miss daily necessities. Lord Bai, you only need to take care of the first miss and second miss while guiding us. Then I have a general idea of what I should do. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Zui Yi. Smiling, he extended his hand to Zui Yi. In addition, I'm a newcomer after all. There are many things that I can't take care of. When the time comes, you have to lend me a hand, my head maid. Sakuya froze on the spot when she heard that. She looked at Wu Yan's unguarded smile and the hand that was extended towards her. She only reacted after a while and she started panicking inside. Taking a deep breath, Zui Yi suppressed the panic in her heart. Keeping her perfect image as a head maid, she bowed slightly and extended her hand to shake Wu Yan's hand. It's my duty. Zui Yi will naturally do her best. The soft touch passed from the slender hand to Wu Yan's nerves. Feeling the white and smooth touch in his hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for a moment. In the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Zui Ye's workload could be said to be the heaviest. However, her hand was still so smooth without any calluses. It was not surprising that people who didn't know would think that Zui Yi didn't work hard at all. In fact, almost everyone in the fantasy village knew that Zui Yi was shrewd and capable. A perfect and chic head maid. It wasn't just a saying. These thoughts only lingered in his heart for less than a second before disappearing. After holding Sakuya's hand for a bit, he let go of her hand without any reluctance and stretched his back in contentment. It's almost time. Zui Yi, go and wake the first miss and second miss up. Got it. Bye-bye. Chapter 1740. Sitting at the head of the table, Remilia opened her sleepy eyes and let out a long yawn as she grumbled. I'm a vampire, why do I have to sleep early and wake up early? Why do I have to eat 3 meals as usual? No one answered Remilia's question. Even Zai Yi, who was loyal to Remilia, calmly placed Remilia's breakfast in front of her and ignored her complaints. Come to think of it, Remilia must have grumbled about this matter many times. Zhang Yi also knew that it was useless to explain to Remilia, so he could only force Remilia to wake up and eat on time. Just because Zai Yi was loyal to Remilia didn't mean that he would do whatever Remilia said. If it was something that didn't benefit Remilia, not only would Zai Yi refuse to do so, he would even force Remilia to do as he said. Remilia was troubled by this, but she knew that Zai Yi was doing this for her own good, so she could only do as he said. From this point of view, Remilia was indeed a good person. On the other hand, Fran kept rubbing her eyes listlessly. However, she didn't complain as much as Remilia did. She looked at the breakfast placed in front of her and turned around to look at the other side. There, Wu Yan, who was dressed as a deacon, was staring at the black tea in his tray. His brows twitched from time to time as if he was surprised. Seeing this, Fran couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" Remilia and Zai Yi also looked at Wu Yan when they heard Fran's voice. They also became curious when they saw him staring at the black tea in his tray. "Lord Bai, what's wrong?" Zai Yi asked with a troubled tone. "Is there a problem with the black tea I made?" "Impossible." Before Wu Yan could answer, Remilia warned. Zuiye's black tea is of the highest grade. Moreover, it's impossible for Zuiye to make a mistake in a small job like making black tea. Although you're the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, I'm warning you, don't try to make things difficult for Zuiye. Am I that kind of person in your mind? Wu Yan retracted his gaze from the tea set and rolled his eyes at Remilia, not behaving like a deacon at all. I'm just a little surprised by the composition of the black tea. Accident? Remilia, Fran, and Zuiye all had doubtful expressions on their faces. If I'm not mistaken, placing the tray in his hand on the table, Wu Yan looked at Zuiye. There should be blood in this black tea, right? I've neglected my duty. Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, Bu Yi bowed on the spot. I forgot to tell Lord Bai that Miss likes to add type B blood in her black tea. It's normal for Lord Bai to feel that there's a problem. Well, I'm not trying to punish you for this. Seeing Zuiye bow and apologize, Wu Yan waved his hand with a bitter smile. It's just that I rarely see people adding blood to their diet, so I'm a little surprised. Rarely? Remilia tilted her head, the confusion on her face deepened. Although it's my hobby to add blood to my black tea, it shouldn't be rare for vampires to add blood to their diet, right? Indeed, many vampires like to add their favorite blood to their red wine. For some vampire nobles, this tendency is a kind of enjoyment. However, compared to red wine, Remilia prefers black tea. That's why she added blood to her black tea. As for Wu Yan, since he's the noblest vampire ancestor, he should have his own preferences in this regard. For example, adding blood to his favorite food, right? Unfortunately, Remilia forgot one thing. Unlike ordinary vampires, ancestors don't need to rely on blood to survive. Wu Yan reminded her. That's why I don't usually drink blood. No, I should say that until now, I've never sucked anyone's blood, nor have I purposely drank blood. Never drank blood? Remilia and Zuiye both stood up in shock. Can you still be considered a vampire like this? Remilia's face was full of contempt. Don't you know what it means for vampires to not drink blood before? For vampires, a vampire who hasn't drunk blood is like a human who hasn't drunk milk. They're both immature and half-baked. If Wu Yan, the king of vampires, really hasn't drunk blood before, Remilia wouldn't mind mocking him for being a brat. Unfortunately, Remilia had miscalculated. Since there's no need to drink blood, there's nothing wrong with eating like a normal person, right? Wu Yan glanced at Remilia as if he could read her mind. He grinned as if he didn't know what she was thinking. Besides, to you, I am indeed a brat. After all, I'm not even 30 yet. What did you say? The disdain on Remilia's face was replaced by shock. You're not even 30 yet? If I count, I'm about 27 this year, right? Wu Yan scratched his cheek and shrugged. What? Is there a problem? A big problem. This is a huge problem. Remilia slammed the table and stood up. Doesn't that mean you're a few hundred years younger than me? I'm being abused by someone a few hundred years younger than me? The primogenitors disappeared in the river of history. Even if it wasn't 100 or 200,000 years, it wasn't 10 or 20,000 years. It was at least a few thousand years. Thus, Remilia assumed Wu Yan was one of the missing primogenitors. She assumed he was one of the missing primogenitors. Who would have thought that this primogenitor was so young and possessed strength she could only look up to? Wasn't that a problem? Not just Remilia, even Sakuya is looking at Wu Yan with surprise and even a bit of suspicion. Do I need to lie to you? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Well, just think of me as a new primogenite. Even if I'm young, a primogenitor has great strength. It's not strange that I'm stronger than you, right? Damn it. Remilia pursed her lips unwillingly. Why can't I be a primogenitor? If you were a primogenitor, you might have mysteriously disappeared like the others before you. Wu Yan teased. Do you still want to be a primogenitor? So noisy. Remilia sat down angrily and slapped the table. Black tea, black tea. Zui suppressed his laughter at Remilia's childish behavior. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He shrugged and walked to Remilia's side to pour her a cup of black tea. Do as the Romans do. When I have time, I'll also study how to make black tea with blood. Don't look at me like this. The black tea I make and the food I make is unmatched until now. Oh. Remilia pursed her lips in disbelief. Zui looked at Wu Yan calmly, but his blue eyes burned with a hint of resistance. Then next time, let Zui witness Lord Bai's cooking. No problem. Wu Yan gladly accepted. At this time, Fran jumped down with a tray and slid to Wu Yan. She said coquettishly, Big brother. Fran wants Big brother to feed her. Okay, Big brother will feed Fran. Wu Yan pinched Fran's nose dotingly and picked her up. He sat on the side seat and took Fran's tray. Come, Seeing Fran happily being fed by Wu Yan, Remilia felt jealous and envious at the same time. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw how envious Remilia is. He picked up a piece of meat and put the fork in front of Remilia. Come, what do you mean by this? Remilia was furious. I'm the master of the Red Devil Mansion. Why would I need someone to feed me? You're the master of the Red Devil Mansion outside. Don't pretend to be majestic at home. Wu Yan knocked Remilia's head. You're just a little sister at home. Can't you just accept your big brother's kindness? What little sister? Remilia panicked. I'm older than you. Yes. Hurry up and eat. If big sister doesn't eat, Fran will eat. Wait, Fran. That's mine. The two sisters immediately fought over Wu Yan's right to feed them. Seeing Remilia and Fran fighting over Wu Yan's food and seeing Wu Yan's helpless and doting smile, Zuiye's heart couldn't help but ripple. Today's Red Devil Mansion was less cold and more warm. Chapter 1741. Today's weather was exceptionally clear. Or rather, it could be said that the weather in Illusory Town was pretty good throughout the 4 seasons. For the monsters who were always looking for excitement to kill time, this kind of weather was the most boring. However, it was undeniable that this kind of weather was the most suitable for going out. After the morning, in one of the places in the fantasy village, in front of a bamboo forest, 3 figures suddenly flashed out of the void and appeared here. Perhaps it was because it was too sudden. Among the 3 figures, 2 of the slender figures seemed to be startled by their sudden appearance in this place. They let out a small exclamation, and even their footsteps were a little shaky, as if they had just taken a plane. The ones who arrived in front of the bamboo forest were naturally Patrice and Alice, who were invited by Wu Yan to lead the way, as well as Wu Yan himself. Originally, with the scale of the Scarlet Devil Mansion being so large, Wu Yan had a lot of things to do as the butler. There were so many things that he didn't have the time to run around. But who told him to have such a perfect and dashing head maid as his assistant? With Zui Yi around, Wu Yan basically didn't have to do anything. He only had to wait for Zui Yi and the other fairy maids to finish their day's work before the sun went down. He only had to listen to Zui Ye's report on the day's work. The rest of the time, he would accompany Remilia and Fran. However, Remilia was a true nocturnal creature and basically slept during the day. Fran also didn't have much energy because she had too much fun at the last banquet. Following Remilia, the two sisters went back to their room to sleep. Thus, Wu Yen decided to go to the underground library with nothing to do. Patrice, who was a little unwilling, was dragged out. He had Patrice lead the way and arrived here. As for Alice, the moment Wu Yen and Patrice went out, she rushed out from a corner like the wind. Evidently, Alice had been waiting for this moment for a long time. What should I say? Is there really such a thing as yours? Phew! Standing in front of the bamboo forest, Alice patted her chest as if she was shocked. She looked at the bamboo forest that appeared before her eyes. Traces of astonishment could be seen on her charming face. So fast. Indeed. Patrice looked at Wu Yen in a new light. The effective range of spatial teleportation is so wide. Your attainments in spatial magic are much stronger than I imagined. After dragging Patrice and meeting up with Alice, Wu Yen asked for the direction of the place he wanted to go and used spatial teleportation to arrive here. Therefore, the entire process of teleporting from the Scarlet Devil Mansion to here didn't even take a second. Although there is quite a distance between here and the Red Devil Mansion, the effective range of teleportation is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Wu Yen has so much mana that he has yet to find a worthy opponent. He can easily teleport from one end of Gensokyo to the other end of Gensokyo. Of course, the effective range of spatial teleportation was also related to the user's understanding and attainments in spatial magic. Without a certain level of understanding and attainments in spatial magic, even if one had sufficient mana, they wouldn't be able to expand the effective range of teleportation. Wu Yen, on the other hand, had both. Nah. Patrice looked at Wu Yen with her bright purple eyes. She seemed to be tempted by him. Can you teach me spatial magic? Although Patrice was a witch with profound attainments in magic, she only had a smattering of knowledge in spatial magic. She didn't know spatial magic, at least not high-level spatial magic. For Patrice, who was physically weak, if she could learn spatial teleportation magic, it would save her a lot of trouble. Do you have any grimoires related to spatial magic in your library? Wu Yen scratched his cheek in puzzlement. Why do you need me to teach you? I do have grimoires related to spatial magic. Perhaps I can use them to cast spatial magic. But without the grimoires, I won't be able to do so. Patrice felt vexed. Perhaps I don't have much talent in spatial magic. I'm more proficient in the 7 elemental magic. Elemental magic. Elemental magic borrowed the powers of fairies and elves. It only required a small amount of mana to produce a huge effect. In this world, magicians generally believed that nature was controlled by fairies and elves. Thus, elemental magic was considered to be magic that borrowed the powers of fairies and elves. Elemental magic was divided into 7 types. The metal element represented fruits and harvest. The wood element represented life and awakening. The water element represented silence and purification. The fire element represented transformations and activity. The earth element represented foundation and immobility. The sun element represented mobility and attack. The moon element represented passivity and defense. The 7 elemental magic was collectively known as the 7 elemental magic. Patrice was a magician who could cast all 7 elemental magic. Not only that, apart from being able to cast 7 elemental magic, Patrice could also combine 2 or more elemental magic and cast powerful multi-elemental magic. For example, in order to strengthen her attacks, she could combine fire and wood elemental magic. In order to conceal her weaknesses, she could combine fire and earth elemental magic. In terms of mastery of 7 elemental magic, if Patrice said she was second, no one would dare to say they were first. However, Patrice didn't seem to be satisfied with it. Alice shot a glance at Patrice and turned her head away. As a monster whose race was made up of magic users, Alice naturally knew how to use magic. However, compared to magic, Alice was more proficient in using magic to create dolls and use them in battle. The 2 little figures sitting on Alice's shoulders were her dolls. Apart from those 2, Alice also carried several other dolls with her, and their battle prowess was definitely not inferior to Patrice. Perhaps due to Marissa's absence, Alice was accompanied by a stranger whom she had just met not long ago and a love rival. Therefore, Alice became much colder and didn't converse with Wu Yen and Patrice. Under such circumstances, the three of them couldn't continue the conversation. They lifted their heads and looked at the lush bamboo forest before them. This was a bamboo forest without any trees. It was completely made up of bamboo trees. This bamboo forest was located in the opposite direction of the Demon Mountain in the human realm. The surroundings were filled with dense fog that wasn't inferior to the fog lake. The path in the bamboo forest had a certain slope, and if one were to enter, one would most likely get lost. As a matter of fact, this bamboo forest was called the Lost Bamboo Forest. As long as one lived in the fantasy village, they would more or less know about the Lost Bamboo Forest. This was because the Lost Bamboo Forest was a bamboo forest that was famous for getting lost easily. There weren't any eye-catching signs in the bamboo forest. The growth of the bamboos was rapid, and the scenery of the Lost Bamboo Forest changed frequently. In addition, not only was the bamboo forest vast, but the ground was also slanted. With the slanted growth of the bamboos, it was easy to lose one's sense of balance. Naturally, it was easy to get lost. However, in the Lost Bamboo Forest, there was a secluded large house, the Eternal Pavilion. That was the destination of Wu Yan's trip to the Lost Bamboo Forest. He frowned as he looked at the misty bamboo forest. The surroundings were crooked to the point where one couldn't help but feel dizzy. Seems like I was right to have someone lead the way. If I were to come alone, it would be easy to find the Lost Bamboo Forest. However, it would be difficult to find the Eternal Pavilion. After speaking, Wu Yan took a step back and turned his gaze to Patrice and Alice. Speaking of which, do you two know where the Eternal Pavilion is? For a split second, Patrice and Alice hesitated. No problem. Patrice calmly nodded. In the past, I came here with Remy and participated in an exhibition held by the Eternal Pavilion. I also participated in that exhibition. Alice immediately spoke up, unwilling to be outdone. In that instant, Patrice and Alice's gazes met and sparks were ignited. The one who can obtain the secret of the Marissa must be me. No, it's me. Looking at these two beautiful girls who are willing to risk their lives for the sake of another girl, Wu Yan is at a loss. Could it be that he couldn't obtain the secret together? Chapter 1742. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. An hour has passed since Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice entered the Lost Bamboo Forest. In this hour, the dense fog that pervaded the Lost Bamboo Forest didn't disperse. Instead, it became more restrained. Looking from the outside of the Lost Bamboo Forest, perhaps one could only see that the fog in the Lost Bamboo Forest was gradually shrinking towards the inner part of the forest. However, if one was inside the forest, one would discover that as the fog shrank back, the fog in the forest became thicker. The Lost Bamboo Forest was originally a place where it was extremely easy to get lost. In addition to this thick fog, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction in this Lost Bamboo Forest. Even those who had entered the Lost Bamboo Forest and found their way would find it difficult. That's right, even those who had entered the Lost Bamboo Forest and found their way would find it difficult. Standing in the bamboo forest, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked around at the foggy place where sunlight couldn't penetrate. He then looked at Patrice and Alice, who are pretending to be calm in front of him. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. I participated in the Forever Pavilion's exhibition with Remilia. Patrice's delicate body trembled. A certain someone also participated in that exhibition. Alice's delicate body trembled. A certain someone declared that she would definitely obtain Marissa's secret. Patrice's delicate body trembled again. A certain someone also declared that she would be the one to obtain Marissa's secret. Alice's delicate body trembled again. Wu Yan stayed silent for a while, but it was only for a short while. After a short while, he asked a question. I need an explanation. Patrice and Alice remained silent. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed towards the sky. Why did we get lost? That's right. Wu Yan, Patrice and Alice. I got lost. Moreover, Patrice and Alice swore that they wouldn't get lost. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed for the second time. I'm lost. What can we do? Patrice could no longer remain silent under Wu Yan's nagging. He shouted in an attempt to cover it up. The bamboo trees in the lost bamboo forest grow very quickly, which causes the environment to change very quickly. Even people who come here often get the wrong way because of this MSQ. Patrice's explanation sounded logical, but the fact that she had even exposed her habit was enough to show how guilty Patrice was. It wasn't just Patrice. Even Alice, who had been so confident in obtaining Marissa's secret before entering the lost bamboo forest, turned her head away with an awkward expression on her face. That's true. The environment has changed too quickly. I've almost forgotten how to walk. Seeing Patrice and Alice finding excuses for themselves, Wu Yen couldn't help but facepalm. In other words, before you came in, you didn't consider the fact that the lost bamboo forest's environment could change at any time, and you led the way for me? Patrice and Alice remained silent once again, but this time, they acknowledged Wu Yan's words. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed after the day's worth of frustration. He turned around and walked away without looking back. I'm such a fool for relying on you. I think you don't need Marissa's secret anymore. I might as well tell Marissa about your love for Marissa. Wah. Patrice and Alice sucked in a deep breath of cold air and pounced on him without hesitation. They leaped behind Wu Yen and grabbed onto Wu Yan's hands. Patrice stuttered and her face was filled with panic. How can you talk about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Alice's pretty face was also completely red. But unlike Patrice, who had her nature exposed by the Book of Souls, Alice feigned ignorance and said this. What love for Marissa? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh? Is that so? Wu Yen looked at Alice with a spurious smile. Then why are you so nervous? Can't you just let me talk about it? How can that be? Alice also started to stutter. She looked so strong on the outside, and she was acting so cold just now, but now she was acting very timid. What if someone misunderstands? How can there be a misunderstanding? Wu Yen revealed a radiant smile. With the monsters in the fantasy village who don't have any common sense, they'll definitely treat this as a joke, especially Marissa. Alice was speechless. Anyway, no means no. Contrary to Alice, who looked strong on the outside, this time she acted timidly. Although Patrice looked weak on the outside, she was surprisingly strong-willed. Why, if you dare to speak of it, how about it? Wu Yen raised his brows. He spoke in a mocking tone. Do you intend to use the Book of Spirits to trick me again? Patrice's face was as red as Alice's. Of course. This time, Patrice's face was red because she recalled the fiery ripples in the library from Wu Yan's mocking tone. She felt her body heating up as she was embarrassed and angry. One has to admit, Wu Yen can be considered Patrice's nemesis to be able to make the calm and collected sage Patrice blush so many times in a short span of 2 to 3 days. In a way, Wu Yen can be considered Patrice's nemesis. Seeing how Patrice and Alice were struck down by his words, Wu Yen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to walk forward, but his hands were held by Alice and Patrice with astonishing strength. The two delicate ladies exerted astonishing strength to hold onto Wu Yan's hands while staring at Wu Yen with their beautiful eyes. It was as though they didn't intend to let go for the rest of their lives. From an outsider's perspective, they would definitely misunderstand that Wu Yen intended to abandon the two ladies. Only Wu Yen knows what that pair of eyes meant when they stared at him. He choked on his own saliva. All right, I'm just joking. I won't really go and blabber nonsense to Marissa. Yes, no. Patrice and Alice had a conflicted expression on their faces after being judged by others. However, they also let out a sigh of relief. Then, Wu Yen calmly reminded them. Although I don't mind if you two hold on tighter, but for the sake of walking, shouldn't you let go of me? Only then did Patrice and Alice realize that in order to hold onto Wu Yen, they had already held onto Wu Yan's hands tightly. Even their plump breasts were pressed against his hands. Patrice and Alice let go of Wu Yan's hand as if they got electrocuted. They jumped away as if they were running for their lives. "Since when did you guys become so strong?" Wu Yan bitterly laughed as he flexed his numb arms. He then praised them in a praising tone. "But I have to say, the two of you are the type that looks skinny in clothes. I can't see anything from the outside, but your sizes aren't small." After saying that, Wu Yan lowered his eyes and swept his gaze across Patrice and Alice's chest, telling them where he was referring to. Immediately, Patrice and Alice's face flushed even redder. An indescribable trace of panic appeared in their hearts. In Fantasy Village, apart from the human realm, there were almost no men. Therefore, Patrice and Alice had never experienced such brazen gazing at their private parts, nor had they experienced the feeling of pressing their delicate bodies against a man. At this moment, it was hard for them not to panic. This is especially true for Patrice. She had intimate contact with Wu Yan before, so one can imagine how flustered she is right now. In response, Wu Yan only chuckled and waved his hand. "All right, I won't tease you two anymore. Hurry up and see if you can remember the way to Forever Pavilion." Halfway through his words, Wu Yan's voice seemed to have been choked and abruptly stopped. Just when Patrice and Alice were wondering what's going on, Wu Yan pounced on them. Before the two girls could react, he hugged them and hid them behind a nearby bamboo tree. Wu Yan's sudden action startled Patrice and Alice. Especially when that manly scent entered their noses, the panic in their hearts intensified. However, before the two girls could react, Wu Yan spoke. "Shoo, don't make a sound." Chapter 1743. "Shoo, don't make any noise." Wu Yan held his breath as he looked ahead with a burning gaze. Patrice and Alice, who thought that Wu Yan was about to do something naughty, were startled. They followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked ahead. Soon after, the two girls saw something. In front of him, in the middle of a bamboo forest, a small black shadow jumped out from behind a bamboo tree. Its speed was extremely fast, and it landed on the ground after a few leaps. When it straightened up, something on its head shook a few times, and its scarlet eyes looked at the surroundings. It was a black shadow that was not much different from a cat. Its entire body was pure white, and it was covered in fur. It had a pair of large and long ears that were only half the size of its body. It had a pair of sharp incisors in its mouth, and its eyes were scarlet. However, there was no ferociousness in them. Instead, there was a gentle look in its eyes. It looked unexpectedly gentle. The black shadow was shockingly a rabbit. Rabbit? Patrice and Alice glanced at each other. Could that be the rabbit demon from the Eternal Pavilion? The Eternal Pavilion was a mystical location in the Lost Bamboo Forest. The reason why it was mystical was because not only did humans reside in the Eternal Pavilion, there was also a large group of rabbit demons. Among them, there were even humanoid rabbit demons. Since this rabbit had appeared in the Lost Bamboo Forest, then it must be the rabbit demon from the Eternal Pavilion. However, its cultivation wasn't strong enough to transform, and it could only move like an ordinary rabbit. Of course, if one thought that this small rabbit was easy to bully, then one would be gravely mistaken. Indeed, in terms of strength, this rabbit was pitifully weak in the fantasy village. However, its intellect was much higher than an ordinary rabbit. It was also much more quick-witted. If this rabbit discovered that there was someone nearby, then it would definitely slip away without a second word. Because of this, Wu Yan ignored the danger of being treated as a pervert by Patrice and Alice and hugged the two girls. He hid behind a bamboo tree, even though they understood this point. However, Patrice and Alice didn't feel relieved at all. There was no other reason. That was because, at that very moment, the posture of the man and the two women was simply too erotic. Because it was too rushed. Patrice and Alice are lying on the ground, hiding behind a bamboo tree. Wu Yan pinned the two girls down, one on the left, one on the right, one on the right, one on the left, one on the right. He hugged the two girls in his arms. Therefore, Patrice and Alice could clearly feel the heavy yet comfortable weight of the person on their backs. Furthermore, they could feel the heat and smell from the other party's body. Their heartbeats couldn't help but thump. Why? Why are you hiding? Alice couldn't help but start to struggle. There's no need for us to hide, right? Idiot. Wu Yan didn't know how much of an impact his actions had on Alice. In order to lower his voice, he even placed his mouth between Patrice and Alice's heads and whispered into their ears. If we don't hide, that rabbit demon will definitely run away. If it runs away, then so be it. Wu Yan's warm breath on her ears caused Patrice's ears to redden. Her purple eyes were filled with nervousness. What use does that rabbit demon have? It's going to be very useful. Wu Yan grinned as he stared at the rabbit gnawing on something under a bamboo tree in the forest. That must be the Forever Pavilion's rabbit demon. Furthermore, it might have gotten separated. Someone will either come looking for it or it will run back. So that's how it is. While Alice was still struggling uncomfortably, Patrice had unexpectedly calmed down. You want to follow that rabbit and find the person in the Forever Pavilion or find the Forever Pavilion? Smart. Retracting his gaze from the rabbit, Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Patrice's fiery red ears. He licked his lips and let out an extremely lustful voice. Seeing how smart you are, do you need me to give you a reward? Wu Yan's hand on Patrice's waist slowly moved upwards as he spoke. His target is obvious. There is only one thing he wants to do. Thus, Patrice's calm facade crumbled as she shook her head like a rattle drum. No need. I don't need any reward. Mama, don't say that. Wu Yan continued to whisper into Patrice's ear. His hand continued to move upwards until he finally reached the top of one of her boobs. He grabbed the boobs that his hand can only cover half of. He rubbed his fingers on them. It's not like I haven't tried. Patrice almost jumped when she felt one of her ample breasts being grabbed and rubbed. However, a doubtful voice from the side caused her to turn sluggish. Reward? Alice seemed to be unable to bear the weight and smell from Wu Yan's body. Her face was extremely red and her heartbeat was so loud that it was almost audible. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "What reward?" "Don't tell me you want it too." Wu Yan smiled maliciously. "Well, I don't mind giving it to you." After speaking, Wu Yan's hand that was hugging Alice's waist started to move upwards. Feeling the scorching hot hand slowly moving towards an important part of her body, Alice was so sensitive that she shivered and panicked. What are you trying to do?" "I didn't do anything." Wu Yan put on an innocent face. "I'm giving you a reward." What reward are you trying to give me?" Alice was so flustered that even her voice had changed. That scorching big hand was slowly approaching that important part of Alice's body. It was climbing up, causing Alice to close her eyes and moan in a low voice. Wait, stop." However, the large hand that made Alice's body go soft still continued to climb up with unwavering determination. Just as Alice had reached the end of her patience and was about to beg for mercy, Patrice suddenly spoke up in a panic. "The rabbit is moving." Wu Yan's hand that was rubbing Patrice's breast and his other hand that was roaming Alice's body stopped at the same time. He raised his head and he looked forward. They saw the rabbit that was nibbling on something under the bamboo tree jumping through the bamboo trees and running towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Wu Yan immediately retracted his hand. "Let's go. Follow it stealthily." Patrice and Alice heaved a sigh of relief. They clutched their thumping hearts and panted with flushed faces. Patrice and Alice were afraid that Wu Yan would ignore the matter at hand and try to take advantage of the two of them. It seems like this guy knows his limits. Behind the rabbit that was jumping into the depths of the bamboo forest, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice moved stealthily and hid behind the bamboo trees from time to time to follow it. Looking at the rabbit's purposeful way of skipping forward without hesitation, the three of them could basically confirm that this rabbit was definitely moving with a purpose. Evidently, the rabbit only had one destination. That was the Forever Pavilion. Realizing this, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice were delighted. Their footsteps became lighter and stealthier as they followed the rabbit. After an unknown period of time, Patrice's breathing became hurried and her stamina weakened. Ahead, the rabbit jumped into a bamboo railing mountain path. At the front of the mountain path, a large house appeared before the eyes of Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice. It was a house built in the style of an ancient Japanese house. It was made of bamboo, wood, and thatch. It was clearly an old house, but for some reason it didn't look old at all. Instead, it looked new, as though it had just been built. There weren't any traces of history to be found. However, in reality, this house had existed for more than 1,000 years. Not long ago, this house had been hidden and refused visitors. It was only recently that it was gradually opened to the outside world and was known by the people of Fantasy Village. The rabbit jumped into the house without hesitation and ran off to an unknown location. Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice walked out from behind the bamboo trees and looked at the house at the end of the mountain path. That house was the place that Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice were searching for in the lost bamboo forest. The Forever Pavilion. Chapter 1744. Is that the Forever Pavilion? Gazing at the house at the end of the mountain path, Wu Yan muttered in a daze. It's just an ordinary house. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was an extremely simple and crude house. However, Wu Yan sensed a different aura from the house. It's an aura that transcends time, space, and the entire world. It's an aura that's rich in existence. This aura made the simple and ordinary house seem to have transcended all of a sudden. It gave people a feeling of returning to simplicity, and it also gave people the urge to peel away that transcendental aura and see the truth behind it. It's this impulse that made Wu Yan somewhat intoxicated. He can't wait to go over there. However, Wu Yan also understood. The transcendent aura that permeates the house isn't from the house itself but from the things within. Everything that passes through will leave behind traces. Everything that stays will leave behind an aura. Needless to say, the reason why people were so eager to tear apart the layer of mystery that shrouded the house was because there was an existence with a transcendent aura living inside that made people want to meet him. Finally found it. The pitifully weak Patrice slumped to the ground. She gasped for air. Next time. I'll definitely not come to such a faraway place. Phew! Even Alice couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at Wu Yan, she couldn't help but recall Wu Yan's hands that were crawling all over her body. She could still remember his scent even now. Her pretty face panicked a little, but she pretended to be calm as she spoke. I've brought you to the Forever Pavilion. Can you tell me the secret of Marissa? Yes. Why you still have me? Patrice raised her hand in a half-dead manner. I also want to know the secret of Marissa. Well. Wu Yan regained his senses and shrugged his shoulders. Since you're already here, why don't you follow me to meet the owner of the Forever Pavilion? Just as Wu Yan finished his sentence, someone interrupted him. A clear and aged voice rang out. It reverberated from the front of the mountain path. It's a pity that today's Forever Pavilion doesn't have any guests. Go back to where you came from. Following the voice, a gust of wind blew through the lost bamboo forest. The surrounding bamboos rustled in the wind. Leaves fluttered in the wind and covered the vision of Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice. When the wind stopped, the fluttering leaves dissipated. When Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice regained their vision, a figure that seemed to have been there since the beginning entered their vision. The owner of the figure was a young girl. At the very least, from the looks of it, she was indeed a young girl. However, this young lady's attire was rather strange. She was wearing a nurse's cap on her head and a cheongsam dress that was half purple and half red on her upper body. Her lower body was also the same color, but the colors on both sides had been switched, making her look like a cheongsam. The dress was embroidered with constellations and the cap was embroidered with the constellation Lyra. The upper right half had the constellation Cassiopeia, the upper left half had the constellation Big Dipper, the lower right half had the constellation Sagittarius, and the lower left half had the constellation Andromeda. All sorts of constellations were put together and it looked very strange. Even the dress had an 8 trigrams pattern revolving around it. However, it was precisely such a strange dress that no one could find the slightest bit of incongruity when worn by that young girl. Instead, they felt that it was how it should be and that it was extremely suitable. Her long silver hair swayed slightly in the wind that had already dissipated. One could clearly see that the long silver hair that reached her waist had been tied into a braid that hung down behind the young girl's back. The ends of the braid were casually spread out, and a hairband was tied around a little above the braid. The appearance of this young lady could only be described with one word. It was truly shocking. Even when compared to Patrice and Alice, who are beside Wu Yan, he's not inferior. Due to the vicissitudes of life he exuded, he gave off a mature vibe. Yonglin, level 95. Level 95. Demigod. This young lady, who seemed to be in her 20s, was actually a demigod expert. Moreover, he wasn't just any ordinary demigod. He was a level 95 demigod powerhouse who had walked quite a distance in the demigod realm. However, Wu Yan wasn't surprised that this young lady named Yonglin had the strength of a demigod. But this was because Yonglin of 8 Wills was not as young as she looked. No one knew Yonglin's true age. However, Wu Yan was certain that Yonglin was much older than anyone that Wu Yan had ever met. It wasn't something that could be described as 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years. Yonglin was definitely more than 100 million years old. At this age, even if she cultivated for a day and rested for 10 days, it wasn't impossible for her to reach the demigod realm. If it was Wu Yan who had lived this long, let alone the demigod realm, he would have no problem reaching the celestial realm. Therefore, Wu Yan wasn't surprised at all. What surprised Wu Yan was what Yonglin said just now. That. Under Yonglin's calm gaze, Wu Yan felt as though his heart was weighed down. He hesitated for a moment and asked in doubt. Decline the guest? That's exactly what it means. Yonglin didn't look at Patrice and Alice. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan. Rather than saying that she wasn't looking at Patrice and Alice, it was more accurate to say that Yonglin knew who was the one that wanted to visit the Forever Pavilion. Today, the Forever Pavilion won't be receiving any guests. If you are guests, then I'm sorry, but please return. If you are patients, I can treat you here. Although I'm not very willing. By the way, Yonglin Yagi was also a doctor. She was a doctor who could cure almost any disease except for reviving the dead. Furthermore, the 8 Wills Yonglin not only treated humans, but also demons. The Forever Pavilion never rejected any patients. As long as someone could find the Forever Pavilion and the 8 Wills Yonglin in the Lost Bamboo Forest, the 8 Wills Yonglin would treat them. This was probably the first time since the Forever Pavilion had been open to the public, wasn't it? Patrice and Alice looked at each other in dismay. Wu Yan furrowed his brows before relaxing them and looking at Yonglin. We aren't here to seek treatment. We have some matters to discuss with the owner of the Forever Pavilion. Yonglin's expression didn't change. She looked at Wu Yan calmly. That was all it took for Wu Yan to feel an indescribable pressure. After a long time, Yonglin Yaoi sighed slightly. You. Don't you understand? Alice was confused by Yonglin's words. Wu Yan and Patrice muttered to themselves. One of them had a gloomy expression while the other had an astonished expression. Could it be? Seeing Wu Yan's silence, Patrice hesitated for a moment before giving her guess. The Forever Pavilion isn't declining guests. You're just not letting anyone in? Ever since the Forever Pavilion was open to the public, not only would it welcome those who got lost in the Lost Bamboo Forest, but it would also treat patients. Every once in a while, the pavilion would hold an exhibition. It had never rejected anyone from entering. Today, however, Yonglin said that she would not be receiving any guests. Furthermore, it happened to be on the same day as Wu Yan. Furthermore, Yonglin only looked at Wu Yan and didn't have any intention of chasing Patrice and Alice away. Wasn't this enough to explain something? Yonglin didn't agree or refute Patrice's question. Instead, she looked at the silent Wu Yan and shook her head with a smile. Originally, I wanted to use some tricks to make you guys get lost in the Lost Bamboo Forest. If you can't find the Forever Pavilion, you guys will obediently go back. In the end, the location of the Forever Pavilion has been exposed because of a lost rabbit. Plans really can't keep up with changes. Wu Yan, Patrice and Alice finally understood. The reason why Patrice and Alice led him to the wrong place was all because of Yonglin Yongyi. Chapter 1745. Both Patrice and Alice have been to Yongyuan Pavilion before. The environment of the lost bamboo forest changed at a shocking speed. It was easy to get lost. However, Patrice and Alice wouldn't lose their way the moment they entered the lost bamboo forest. Previously, Patrice and Alice thought that it was because they hadn't been here for too long that they were in such a sorry state. In the end, they had to chase after a rabbit to find the perpetual pavilion. Only now did they know that it was Yonglin Yongyi who had done something behind the scenes. Wu Yan looked at Yonglin in astonishment. "You knew that I would come to Yongyuan Pavilion?" Yonglin shook her head in response to Wu Yan's astonishment. "You're thinking too much. I only sensed your arrival the moment you entered the lost bamboo forest." If she knew that Wu Yan would come and didn't want to let Wu Yan find Yongyuan Pavilion, then with Yonglin's methods, Wu Yan would never find Yongyuan Pavilion. She wouldn't have deciphered Yonglin's plan just because of a rabbit. After all, Yonglin's greatest strength wasn't her demigod-rank strength nor her medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. Instead, it was her intellect. After living for so long, Yonglin's intellect had turned into a demon. Just like Yukari, she was a true sage. In fact, in terms of intellect, Yonglin was slightly superior to Yukari. Yukari was a great demon with the title of Demon Sage. Yonglin was also a person from the moon with the title of Brain of the Moon. So you did something in the lost bamboo forest at the last minute to prevent me from finding the forever pavilion? Wu Yan frowned deeply. "But I don't think I have offended Yongyuan Pavilion in any way, right?" "You are overthinking this. The reason isn't as great as you think it is." Yonglin looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. She had a half-smile on her face. "I didn't let you enter Yongyuan Pavilion because of the unpleasant aura on you." "An unpleasant aura?" Patrice and Alice looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. "An unpleasant aura?" Wu Yan was also at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. "I can sense that guy's aura from you." Yonglin glanced at Wu Yan. "Yakumo Violet? Yakumo Yukari?" Patrice and Alice paused for a moment. "Purple?" Wu Yan paused for a moment before he recalled. Yonglin Hachiai wasn't originally a resident of Fantasy Village. Neither were they natives of Earth. It was the people of the moon who lived on the moon. In the past, there had been 2 wars on the moon. It was a war between the forces of Fantasy Town led by Purple and the forces of the moon. It could be said that Violet was the one who initiated the 2 lunar wars. At that time, Yonglin's position was still on the moon. As such, the 2 lunar wars could be said to be a battle between Yonglin and Violet behind the scenes. In the first lunar war, Yonglin set a trap. She let Violet jump in. In the end, Violet led the forces of Fantasy Village to invade the moon and suffered a crushing defeat. In the second lunar war, Yonglin betrayed the moon and entered Fantasy Village. At that time, although she stood on the side of Fantasy Village, she was different from the monsters in Fantasy Village. She didn't actively participate in the war. However, in the second war on the moon, the purple dark sent by Yulo to successfully steal a bottle of wine from the moon and brought it back to the fantasy land to celebrate. They despised the moon's miscalculation and took revenge for the humiliation of the failure of the first war on the moon. They also took revenge for being framed by Yonglin of 8 Wills. In other words, the 2 lunar wars caused the 2 monsters with monstrous intelligence to secretly form a grudge. Although the grudge between them had not reached the point where they had to fight to the death, it did not mean that Yukari did not remember it. Otherwise, she would not have plotted revenge during the second war on the moon. Judging from the current situation, Yonglin seemed to have remembered what Yukari had done. Yonglin said that the reason why she didn't want Wu Yan to enter the Forever Pavilion was nothing special. Indeed, it was not a great reason. The reason why Yonglin didn't allow Wu Yan to enter the Forever Pavilion was that she sensed Violet's aura from Wu Yan's body. She could tell that Wu Yan had a close relationship with Violet, so she didn't want him to enter the Forever Pavilion. This was the reason. Understanding this, Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the former Moon's brain would actually reject me from entering the Forever Pavilion for such a childish reason. Like you said, I'm just the former Moon's brain. Yonglin smiled indifferently. Besides, I've lived for so long, it's quite interesting to let my emotions affect my decisions for once, but your impulsiveness has brought me a lot of trouble. Wu Yen sighed and looked up at Yonglin, who was blocking the path. I have something important to discuss with the owner of the Forever Pavilion. Please make an exception for me. Hachii Yonglin didn't say anything. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yen. It's as if she's trying to figure out what he's trying to do by observing his expression and expression. Wu Yen didn't say anything either. He met Yonglin's gaze fearlessly. After all, Wu Yen didn't come here to do anything wrong. What was there to be afraid of? Perhaps Yuren saw through his intentions. Yuren looked at Wu Yen for a long time before grinning. It's not impossible to enter the Forever Pavilion. Hearing Yonglin's words, Wu Yen didn't feel happy. Since she had said so, he must satisfy one of Yonglin's conditions if he wanted to enter the Forever Pavilion. As expected, Yonglin took out a small medicine bottle and threw it to Wu Yen. Wu Yen was startled at first, then he reached out and caught the medicine bottle. It was a medicine bottle filled with some unknown liquid. This is a medicine that I've recently researched. I'm planning to let my family's servants try its effect. Yonglin said in a calm tone that could make any servant faint. Now I've changed my mind. Hearing this, Wu Yen had a bad feeling. Don't tell me, you want to enter the Forever Pavilion, right? Yonglin Yaoi smiled evilly. Then help me test the medicine. After testing the medicine, not only will I let you into the Forever Pavilion, but if you have a request that doesn't cross my bottom line, and it's within my ability, I'll definitely help you complete it. This was a huge promise. If a person in the Spalier world had a demigod like Yonglin's promise, he could do whatever he wanted in the Spalier world. No one would dare to touch him. Even the 3 guardian gods had to give face to this demigod. Moreover, Yonglin wasn't just an ordinary demigod. With the title of the Brain of the Moon and superb medical skills, it wouldn't be easy to find something that Yonglin couldn't do. However, no matter how tempting the promise was, Wu Yen had to think about it. Test the medicine? Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, Wu Yen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of medicine is this? Interesting. What an interesting medicine. Yonglin looked at the medicine bottle. It can draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart. It's effective for 7 days. If you help me test this medicine, I'll let you enter the Forever Pavilion after 7 days. Draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart? Wu Yan's grip on the medicine bottle tightened. He couldn't help but want to crush it. You're a doctor. Why did you develop such a medicine? Interesting, isn't it? Yonglin's lips curled up. Of course, you can try to force your way in without drinking it. I don't mind. Force my way in? Let's not talk about whether I can make it in. Even if I do, I'll be hated. Wouldn't that be a loss? Draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart. Patrice showed an unusual interest. This medicine is quite unique. Give it a try. Let's give it a try. Alice also spoke up, eager to give it a try. It's quite interesting, my ass. Could it be that Fantasy Village is filled with people who love to watch a show? That seems to be the case. What's wrong? Yonglin said in a provocative tone. You don't dare? Wu Yen glared at Yonglin and he clenched his teeth. He uncorked the bottle and gulped down the contents of the bottle. Chapter 1746. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Wu Yen was sitting at a round table at the end of the stairs. He was the center of attention. Stare. Remilia hovered in the air. Her scarlet eyes were fixated on Wu Yen. Stare. Fran tried her best to put on a serious expression, but in the eyes of others, she looked adorable. Stare. Zuyi stood behind Remilia and Fran with a calm expression. Her gaze was on Wu Yen. Her blue eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Stare. Patrice's gaze swept over Wu Yen as if she wanted to slice Wu Yen up and down. The four young ladies surrounded Wu Yan and stared at Wu Yan like he was a newly planted flower, waiting for it to bloom. They had been in this state for half an hour. Wu Yan endured the gazes of the four young ladies while supporting his cheek with his hand. His elbow rested on the table behind him. He tilted his body and looked at Remilia, Fran, Zuyi, and Patrice with an uninterested expression. 10 minutes later, Remilia lost her patience. What? Remilia pursed her lips and said disappointedly. Didn't you say he drank the Moon Man's medicine? Why hasn't there been any change yet? You guys are just here to watch the show. Wu Yan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Let me tell you guys first. That isn't a medicine that can turn humans into animals. It's also not a medicine that can make humans explode like fireworks. Even if you want to watch the show, you won't be able to see anything. Or rather, if it's a drug that can turn humans into animals, or maybe a drug that can make humans explode in the sky like fireworks, Wu Yan would be happier. After all, even if he turned into an animal, Wu Yan could use a small magic trick to turn himself back to his original form. If he exploded like a firework, the pain would be excruciating. But Wu Yan was a true ancestor. He wouldn't die and would only feel pain. Wouldn't that save him a lot of trouble? However, the medicine of 8 wills Yonglin was something that could draw out a person's most instinctive evil. To be honest, Wu Yan is also very nervous right now. He was worried that he wouldn't be himself anymore. Or he might do something irrational under the influence of the medicine. Fortunately, this was Fantasy Village. There were many people more capable than Wu Yan. In addition, there was an invincible witch from town security. Wu Yan wasn't afraid of causing any trouble. It was because of this that Wu Yan drank that bottle of medicine and became the test subject of Yonglin. As for how Wu Yan would react after drinking the medicine, the people in Red Devil Mansion were very curious. That was why they came over to watch after learning that Wu Yan drank the medicine. This also confirmed Wu Yan's previous thoughts. In Fantasy Village, other than Boli Ling Meng who was afraid of trouble, everyone else was a group of people who liked to watch the show. A medicine that can turn humans into animals. A medicine that can make humans explode like fireworks in the sky. Fran was stunned. Brother will turn into an animal and explode like fireworks in the sky? What's so good about animals and explosions? Remilia crossed her arms and said disdainfully. If you want to see animals, you can go to the human world. Maybe you can just go out and catch an animal that turned into a fairy. As for the explosion, sister wants to see an explosion? Then Fran can help. Fran tilted her head and said with an innocent expression. All Fran needs to do is to grab something and it will explode with a bang no matter what. Wu Yan, Remilia, Sakuya, and Patrice felt their scalps tingling when they heard Fran's naive expression. They couldn't help but chuckle out loud. No need. Speaking of which, why did you drink some unknown medicine in order to enter that moon person's place? Remilia asked in confusion. Don't tell me you want to find moon weapons from that moon person? In this world, the level of technology on the moon was many levels higher than that on Earth. The ability of the armed forces was also not just a little bit stronger. They could even threaten the monsters. Remilia went to the moon during the Second War on the Moon and saw the advanced weaponry there. That's why she assumed that Wu Yan wanted to get his hands on those advanced weaponry. Otherwise, there's no other way to explain why Wu Yan would drink some unknown drug just to enter the Forever Pavilion. However, Remilia had obviously guessed wrong. I have no interest in those weapons. Wu Yan sighed. I just want to find the owner of Forever Pavilion for something. You said the same thing before. Patrice raised her head and asked suspiciously. But what is it? Well, Wu Yan didn't try to hide it. I just want a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion. Wu Yan wanted to enter Forever Pavilion to obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion and to complete his Demigod Path mission. The fourth segment, Path to Demigod, requires him to obtain 5 types of blood. Blood that contains the power of fantasy. Blood that contains the power of realm. Blood that contains the power of eternity. Blood that contains the power of nature. Blood that contains the power of time. When he brought Fran back to Scarlet Devil Mansion and fought with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood from Black Knight who could control time. Blood that contains the power of time. This proves that Wu Yan's conjecture is correct. The 5 types of essence blood were the blood of beings who had the power of fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, and time. In other words, Wu Yan only needed to obtain the blood of existences with the power of fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, and time respectively. Blood that contains the power of time was Black Knight's blood. Blood that contains the power of realm was most likely Violet's blood. And in the Lost Bamboo Forest, the owner of the Eternal Pavilion had an ability related to eternity. If he could obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion, he would be able to obtain the blood that contains the power of eternity. This was the reason why Wu Yan didn't hesitate to drink Yonglin's medicine in order to enter Forever Pavilion. Otherwise, even if he managed to barge in, the owner of Forever Pavilion wouldn't give him a drop of blood as an uninvited guest unless he tried to rob it. However, if he did that, he would completely offend the Moon Brain. Compared to offending Yonglin, testing the medicine was more reliable. Anyway, it was just a bottle of medicine with a validity of 7 days. 7 days would pass in a jiffy. At that time, Yonglin would have to fulfill her promise. Not only would she allow Wu Yan to enter Forever Pavilion, she would also do her best to help Wu Yan. It shouldn't be too much to ask Yonglin to obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion, right? Of course, Remilia, Fran, Black Knight, and Patrice, who didn't know the whole story, looked at each other in dismay. Remilia even asked such a question. Could it be that a true ancestor like you has a hobby of collecting blood from different people? Hearing this, Patrice and Black Knight also came to a realization. Unfortunately, they forgot that Wu Yan once said that he never drinks blood, and he won't collect other people's blood for his own hobby. Well, just think of it as my hobby. Wu Yan didn't bother explaining himself as he stood up. It's getting late, let's go back to sleep. I just woke up. Remilia grumbled. Besides, it's already night time, why are we still sleeping? No. Normally, we should sleep at night, right? However, for a vampire like Remilia, night is the time for her activities and day is for her to sleep. You can have fun on your own. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he picked up Fran. Fran, let's go to sleep. Okay, after speaking, Wu Yan carried Fran and walked towards the room. Stop right there. Remilia was stunned for a moment before shouting. Don't look for Fran when you're sleeping. Also, you're walking towards my room. Bye. Looking at Wu Yan's departing figure, Patrice uttered those words out of sheer inexplicable coincidence. If you feel anything strange about your body, remember to tell us. Got it. After leaving those lazy words, Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1747. The next morning. Since Remilia usually moved around at night and slept in the morning, even if Remilia was unwilling, Wu Yan still slept in her room with Fran. When he woke up, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. He yawned and he got up from his bed. He gently removed Fran's limbs from his body and he stretched his back. But Wu Yan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He felt nauseous like he was going to vomit. He clutched his head and groaned. However, the dizziness and nausea disappeared as quickly as it came. In less than 2 to 3 seconds, the nausea receded like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. Wu Yan's consciousness finally awoke from the hazy state brought on by his sleepy state. His body quivered slightly as he jolted awake. He examined his body and moved his shoulders and limbs around. After finding nothing wrong with his body, he scratched his cheeks. Could it be that I got up too quickly so I feel dizzy? With that in mind, Wu Yan closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. Body, nothing out of the ordinary. Magic, operating freely. Consciousness, very clear. Strength, as usual. Whether it was his own body or the power he controlled, nothing out of the ordinary made Wu Yan feel strange. However, Wu Yan didn't dare to be careless. There was no other reason other than the fact that he just drank Yonglin's experimental potion yesterday. He didn't know if it would work or not. Arousing the most fundamental evil in the human heart. After muttering, Wu Yan frowned. Originally, Wu Yan thought that his mind might be occupied by the most fundamental evil mentioned by Yonglin and do something out of his control. Perhaps his will would be hidden and replaced by another will. But what he felt at this moment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. He was still him, physically and mentally. There was no change at all. There was nothing out of the ordinary with his body. His consciousness was very clear. What's going on? Did Yonglin's potion lose its effect? Or because the medicine of the 8 wills' eternal beauty was not strong enough to break through his endless martial refinement of mind, technique, and body as one, and could not affect him. However, as the brain of the moon, a demigod champion, and an unparalleled doctor, would the medicine made by Yonglin of 8 will be so weak that it could not break through the state of mind brought about by his endless martial arts training? Forget it. Unable to figure it out, Wu Yan decided not to think about it. It's best if it doesn't work. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan looked at Fran, who was sleeping soundly, and shook her awake. Red Devil Mansion Hall. At this moment, Remilia was yawning and sitting at the head of the round table on the platform as if she was about to fall asleep. She was eating breakfast. During the day, Remilia was sleeping. However, before going to bed, Zhao Yi requested that Remilia eat breakfast before going to bed. That way, it would be beneficial for her body. Thus, to Remilia, breakfast was equivalent to a midnight snack for others before they went to bed. Wu Yan carried a half-asleep Fran to the main hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Wu Yan was surprised by what he saw. Because in the hall, other than Remilia and Zhao Yi, Patrice, who never left the house, was also sitting at the table and eating breakfast prepared by Zhao Yi. When Wu Yan entered the hall, Patrice noticed him. She looked up and sized up Wu Yan. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "You're up?" "Yes," Wu Yan casually replied. He carried Fran and sat down without greeting the young lady who was supposed to be served. He placed the half-asleep Fran on the seat beside him. "Why are you acting so strange today? Why aren't you squatting in your library?" "I'm only here to check on your health." Patrice half closed her eyes and replied truthfully. Soon after, she felt that her words were a little insincere and immediately added another sentence. "After all, you just drank the Moon People's medicine yesterday. Today might be the day it acts up. I'm quite interested in the effects of the medicine." Wu Yan snorted. He lifted his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how much the medicine can affect me, I'm not someone to be trifled with. If I get serious, I might as well challenge Yongyong Pavilion and fight it out with Yongyong Lin. I'm not without confidence in winning." Wu Yan has Violet's Red Jade mode. It might be difficult to win against Yongyong Lin while Violet's Red Jade mode is in effect, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to tie with Yongyong Lin. Wu Yan didn't realize that when he said those words, his eyes were filled with a sense of pride and disdain that would never appear in the past. Only Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi noticed something amiss and frowned. It's not that the three of them felt that Wu Yan's words were inappropriate. It's because the three of them knew that Wu Yan was hiding a lot of secrets. No one in Scarlet Fiend Mansion had a thorough understanding of him. Therefore, the three of them didn't dare to say that Wu Yan wouldn't be able to do what he said. After a few days of interaction, Remilia, Patrice, Zhuyi, and the others didn't know much about Wu Yan's secrets, but they did have a better understanding of Wu Yan's personality. To put it simply, Wu Yan is a casual person. He won't be bound by rules and regulations. Even if his every action seems to have a purpose, he still lives a free and easy life. He won't force himself to do anything. How could such a casual person display such obvious arrogance and disdain towards others? Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi weren't idiots and immediately had such a thought. Wu Yan seemed to have changed. "Hey!" Remilia put down her utensils and frowned at Wu Yan. "Don't you feel that something is wrong with you?" "Wrong?" Wu Yan casually replied. I don't feel that anything is wrong with me. You really don't feel that you're different from usual? Patrice's purple eyes were filled with seriousness as though she wanted to see through Wu Yan. I think you should take a closer look at your body to see if there's anything wrong. I already said I'm fine. Remilia, Patrice, and Zui looked at him as though he was a problematic child. Wu Yan knitted his brows and his eyes revealed obvious impatience. The so-called moon's brain is just that. It's too early for a mere bottle of medicine to cause problems for me. Patrice's eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom as she spoke in a deep voice. I feel that the moon's medicine has already taken effect. Following this sentence, a heavy atmosphere suddenly surrounded everyone at the scene. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Patrice and then at Remilia before laughing out loud. Who do you think I am? Useless like you guys? Patrice, Zui, and Fran were stunned by his arrogant words. Remilia was enraged, and just as she was about to stand up, Zui held her back. Perhaps he felt that there was no more common topics to talk about. He stood up and without looking at the girls, he turned around and left the scene. Zui. Remilia glared at Zui. Why did you stop me? Young mistress. Zui bowed apologetically. I'm really sorry, but Zui feels that Master Bai's condition is a little strange. If young mistress were to clash with Master Bai now, it might blow things up. So be it. Remilia's anger had yet to dissipate. Do I, Remilia, need to be insulted by others? Remy, don't be angry. I also feel that something is amiss. Patrice consoled Remilia before turning to Zui. Zui, pay more attention to Master Bai today and see if you can discover anything. Yes, young Mistress Patrice. Fran bit on a spoon and gazed at Wu Yan, who was gradually walking away. She muttered worriedly. Big brother. Chapter 1748. Wu Yan was in a bad mood, very bad mood. Wu Yan couldn't pinpoint exactly why he was upset. However, when Remilia, Patrice, Zui and the others looked at him strangely, Wu Yan felt restless. That feeling was as if his pride had been hurt. It was very unpleasant. Yonglin is indeed strong, but I'm not weak either, right? Wu Yan sneered and he spat out those words in an arrogant manner. If it weren't for the demigod path quest, I would have reached the demigod level a long time ago. I might have even reached a higher level than Yonglin. I've never lost to anyone of the same level. That was the truth. Let alone being at the same level, even if his level is lower than his opponent's, as long as the difference isn't due to the difference in levels, Wu Yan is confident that he won't lose or even win. Moreover, I'm not fighting Yonglin right now. I only drank a bottle of potion. Why are they treating me like an idiot? Wu Yan curled his lips. If I knew, I would have fought Yonglin yesterday. Those who don't know might think I drank Yonglin's potion because I'm afraid of her. It was true that he didn't want to offend Yonglin, but that didn't mean that Wu Yan was afraid of her. He just didn't want their relationship to be strained. After all, Yonglin wasn't an annoying person. At most, she had a bad personality. That was why she rejected Wu Yan when she sensed Yukari's aura. Now that I think about it, instead of being looked down upon, I might as well barge in and snatch the essence blood of eternity. Wu Yan was displeased. As for straining our relationship, so be it. Thinking this way, he didn't realize that his words have gone beyond the scope of indignation. They have turned into true arrogance and rudeness. Yonglin is stronger than Wu Yan right now, but Yonglin is still stronger than Wu Yan. Even if she wasn't as strong as Wu Yan. If it was in the past, Wu Yan wouldn't look down on someone because of their strength. But now, Wu Yan was using his strength to evaluate others. He even had a status. Those who were as strong as him. At least they could get along. Those who weren't as strong as him. What right did they have to talk to him? As for those who were stronger than him, that was only temporary. Once he completed the demigod path mission, who would be his opponent? Wu Yan's mood improved a lot. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Wu Yan. There was no sign of the person's presence, not even the slightest bit of aura. Lord Bai. Who is it? Wu Yan turned around abruptly. he saw a silver-haired girl in a maid uniform with an indifferent expression on her face. Yukari? I'm sorry, Lord Bai. Yukari bowed respectfully. But if one looked closely, Yukari's expression was still calm. Yukari is used to moving like this. I'm sorry for scaring you. Time stop. Just now, Zui must have used this ability to sneak up behind Wu Yan without leaking any of her aura. Wu Yan didn't notice her until she appeared. Scared? Do you think I would be scared? Wu Yan glanced at Yukari. But I don't like people appearing behind me silently. If there's a next time, I can't guarantee that I won't treat you as an attacker. Yukari paused for a moment and then nodded. Yukari understands. That's good. Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Why are you looking for me? Did Lord Bai forget? Sakuya frowned when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression. He didn't seem to want to talk to her at all. She quickly recovered her composure. Yesterday, you said that you wanted to personally cook a meal and let Bu Yi experience your cooking skills. Cook? Wu Yan was stunned. He seemed to have remembered this. However, Wu Yan didn't show any sign of understanding. Instead, he showed a hint of reluctance. That's what a servant should do, not what I should do. When he heard this, it was Zun Ye's turn to be stunned, and his beautiful blue eyes were filled with a strong sense of discomfort. What a servant should do. Does Lord Bai really think so? Yukari couldn't help but think back to the conversation with Wu Yan yesterday morning. I'm a newcomer. There are many things I can't take care of. With a knowing and gentle smile, Wu Yan reached out his hand to the stunned Yukari. When the time comes, you have to help me, my head maid. At that time, Wu Yan didn't reject the position of butler because of his identity as a true ancestor. Instead, he said that there were many things he couldn't take care of. He didn't think it was shameful at all. Moreover, at that time, Wu Yan didn't treat Sakuya as a servant at all. He extended his hand and shook Sakuya's hand. Frankly speaking, that was the first time Yukari shook hands with someone in her life. Therefore, Yukari didn't believe that Wu Yan was the kind of person who looked down on other people's work. Sure enough, something happened to Lord Bai that we didn't know about. Thinking this, Yukari decided to test it. But the first and second young ladies seemed to be looking forward to Lord Bai's cooking. Yukari looked straight at Wu Yan. Since Lord Bai is the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it shouldn't be a problem for him to serve the first and second young ladies, right? Butler? Wu Yan was stunned. The smile on his face widened. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did I hear wrong? Yukari didn't say anything. She just stared at the laughing Wu Yan with a serious expression. You don't really think I'll be the butler, do you? Wu Yan snickered and he continued with a look of disdain. I just think that Remilia announced that I'm the butler in front of so many people. It's not bad to embarrass her. Who would really be the butler? Now, Yukari was finally sure. The medicine of Yonglin of 8 Wills had definitely taken effect. Yukari was sure that before today, Wu Yan didn't have any thoughts of looking down on his position as the butler. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have put on the uniform of a deacon yesterday. He wouldn't have personally poured black tea for Remilia or squatted down to feed Remilia and Fran. At that time, Wu Yan didn't have any dissatisfaction with the position of the butler. He only looked at Remilia and Fran with love and care. There was definitely no contempt like now. Yukari was immersed in her thoughts when suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her into a warm embrace. It was Wu Yan. A cold glint flashed in Sakuya's eyes. She lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was looking at her with an evil grin while hugging her. Her voice sounded like an ancient well. Lord Bai, please respect yourself. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't listen to her. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and lifted Yukari's chin. Hey, Yukari, why don't you be my maid? Lord Bai. Hey Osama. Sakuya met Wu Yan's fiery gaze without any fear. She raised her voice a bit. I won't betray the young mistress. Am I not as good as Remilia? Wu Yan smiled disdainfully and slowly moved his lips closer to Yukari's. I'm stronger than Remilia. Although I'm younger than Remilia, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than Remilia. I can even let you see a wider world and let your strength surpass Remilia's. Don't you want to consider it? Yukari. Yukari didn't say anything. She just looked at Wu Yen calmly. Even the cold light in her eyes disappeared. You're really loyal, Wu Yen said indifferently. With a mischievous smile, he slowly moved closer to Yukari's lips. Seeing that Wu Yen was about to take her first kiss, Yukari's face was still calm. She didn't even struggle or resist. It was as if she had become a puppet and had lost her feelings. Her reaction is eerily calm. When he was about to touch her lips, Wu Yen couldn't help but stop. Wu Yen didn't understand until this moment. If he really kissed her like this, Yukari definitely wouldn't resist. However, from now on, the relationship between him and Black Knight would forever stop at being strangers. Wu Yen had such a premonition. Chapter 1749. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene was infinitely close to a cold state, making people feel the space become heavy and incomparably oppressive. With one hand around Ruoye's waist and the other holding her chin, the distance between their lips was less than 5 centimeters. Ruoye didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She only needed to lean forward, and in the next second, this perfect and chic headmaid's first kiss would be snatched away by Wu Yen. However, looking at Ruoye's seductive lips and delicate face, feeling her soft body and smelling her blood-boiling body fragrance, Wu Yen felt that this 5 centimeters distance seemed to be the furthest distance in the world. There was a wall between them that couldn't be shortened no matter what. No, it should be said that Wu Yen didn't dare to shorten this 5 centimeters distance. That's because, looking at Kuiye's strangely calm blue eyes, a voice kept telling Wu Yen in his heart, "Can't kiss. If you kiss, then there's no way to take it back." However, another voice kept echoing in Wu Yan's mind. "Kiss her. Take this perfect and chic head maid from Remilia's side." The person who should have such a perfect head maid shouldn't be Remilia, but him. Two voices, one was ringing in Wu Yan's head while the other was ringing in Wu Yan's heart like a drum. It made Wu Yen feel as if the whole world was distorted and his body was split in half. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it also made him dizzy. Under the unbearable dizziness, Wu Yen squeezed out a painful groan from his throat. His body went limp and he directly fell to the ground. However, before Wu Yen fell to the ground, a soft and delicate body embraced Wu Yan's body and supported him. "Goodbye." She hugged Wu Yen as if they were hugging each other. She let Wu Yan's head lean on her shoulder. She rested her chin on Wu Yan's shoulder as well. Her voice didn't have that eerie calmness anymore. Instead, there was only a hint of gentleness. "Are you all right?" "Jiao Yi." Wu Yan felt his head go numb. His vision could not be restored either. Everyone felt dizzy. However, he still forced himself to speak. "I'm fine, Lord Bai." It was the same greeting, but this time, Bu Ye's tone was forceful. "You are tired? Tired? Am I tired?" He used the last bit of rationality he had left. Wu Yen pondered over this question for a moment, and then replied in a hazy manner. Maybe. Wu Yen, who was leaning on Ji, didn't notice that his answer had made Ji's calm, beautiful face soften a little. "Lord Bai, I'll take you back to your room to rest." Then, Ji didn't ask for Wu Yan's permission. He supported Wu Yen, who had fallen on him, put one of his arms around his neck, and put him on his shoulder. Then he moved step by step towards Remilia's room. Although there were plenty of rooms in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Wu Yen had been staying in Remilia's room with Fran these days. Therefore, Ji subconsciously brought Wu Yen to Remilia's room and let him lie on her bed. Looking at Wu Yen, who was lying on the bed in a daze, Ji hesitated for a moment and finally said this. "Lord Bai, your behavior today is really a bit strange. You're saying that again?" Wu Yen reflexively wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but the dizziness in his head didn't allow him to make such a big fuss. He could only show a tired expression. "Then tell me, how am I strange?" I think. Ji lowered his head and quietly looked at the tired Wu Yen, who was holding his head. Today's Lord Bai is completely different from the usual Lord Bai. Hearing this, Wu Yan's tired expression froze on his face. No matter what, Ji is only a maid and has no right to lecture Lord Bai. However, Ji has something to tell Lord Bai no matter what. Ji's eyes rippled. Compared to today's Lord Bai, Ji hopes to get along with the past Lord Bai more. Ji bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Lying on the bed, Wu Yan couldn't help but hold his dizzy head. His wine-red eyes were filled with uncertainty. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan felt that he was a bit strange. Disregarding everything else, when he woke up in the morning, he felt dizzy for no reason, but his body was fine. When he interacted with Remilia, Patrice, Shi Yi, and even Furan, he felt that they had to treat him as the main body and stand on his side. Not only that, he also subconsciously looked down on the Yonglin potion that he drank yesterday. He felt that a mere bottle of potion wouldn't be able to affect him. Wasn't this kind of thinking a bit too arrogant? What kind of person was Yonglin? She was a monster who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Be it strength, methods, intelligence, or even lifestyle, she was a monster. Even if he had a trump card, he still didn't have the confidence to win against the other party, right? Since he didn't have absolute confidence in winning, what right did he have to criticize Yonglin and look down on her medicine? Moreover, Wu Yan had been wondering why he didn't feel anything strange after drinking Yonglin's medicine. Was it really because Yonglin's medicine wasn't effective on him? With Yonglin's methods, Wu Yan didn't think that would be the case. But before this, Wu Yan took it for granted that Yonglin's medicine couldn't do anything to him and looked down on Yonglin's medicine. In fact, he even looked at Yonglin with contempt. After thinking about it, Wu Yan frowned. His head hurt even more and he couldn't help but rub his forehead. Thinking back, Wu Yan realized that his attitude today is very different from how he used to be. He was too arrogant and conceited. Moreover, his arrogant attitude, mental activity, and even his words were expressed so naturally. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Even at this moment, Wu Yan still had a certain degree of arrogance. In Wu Yan's mind, he had the ruby mode as his trump card, which allowed him to have the same level of strength and ability as Yukari for a short period of time. He also had powerful and mysterious trump cards such as familiars. He was also the king of vampires. Everything about him was far superior to others. Even in this fantasy land blessed by the gods, other than a few existences, everyone else was just a pile of trash with a combat strength of 5 compared to him. Wasn't that arrogant and conceited? What was even more terrifying was that this arrogance came directly from Wu Yan's heart. Even he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Could it be that Yonglin's medicine really worked? His train of thought stopped here. In the next moment, the negative effects of dizziness assaulted him. Fatigue suddenly assaulted Wu Yan's mind, causing Wu Yan to feel drowsy and fall asleep. On the other side, Ziyi walked out of Remilia's room and closed the door. He then walked to the corridor. At the corner of the corridor, Patrice was standing there. How is it? Patrice glanced over when she saw Zhao Yi walking over. Is he all right? From her words, it can be seen that Patrice was present the whole time. He should be fine. Ziyi shook his head, but his brows were tightly knitted. However, just as Madame Patrice said, the medicine that Lord Bai drank should have taken effect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge change. Indeed, compared to 2 days ago, his behavior today was too abnormal. I almost thought that this was his true nature, Patrice said in vexation. However, if his nature is that arrogant, there's no need for him to stay in Scarlet Devil Mansion as a housekeeper, right? Madame Patrice. Ziyi hesitated for a moment before asking. What do you think we should do? Give me some time. Patrice muttered to herself for a moment before giving an answer. I will go back and look for information to see what the most fundamental evil in his heart is. Ziyi nodded and turned to look at Remilia's room. His eyes flickered with an indescribable light. Chapter 1750. Just like that, a whole day passed, until the next morning, the 2 voices that had been lingering in Wu Yan's heart and mind, causing Wu Yan to feel dizzy and tired, slowly dissipated. Wu Yan, who was sleeping, let out a comfortable sigh and woke up from his dream. Wiping the sweat that covered his forehead, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. This is probably the first time that I feel that sleeping is not a good thing. Under the torment of dizziness and exhaustion, rather than saying that he was sleeping, it would be more accurate to say that he was in a nightmare. He felt as if something heavy is pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. He couldn't turn over, he couldn't open his eyes, he couldn't move, it's a torment. However, now that he woke up, Wu Yan felt refreshed all over. It wasn't just because he was freed from this torture, nor was it because the two voices that kept colliding in his mind and heart disappeared. It was also because he faintly felt that something was wrong yesterday. Now, Wu Yan dared to say that there was definitely something wrong with him yesterday. Because, at this moment, the arrogance that came from the bottom of his heart had disappeared without a trace along with the two voices. The medicine of Yonglin of 8 senses has indeed taken effect, causing a change in my state of mind. A few wisps of haze appeared in Wu Yan's eyes. Drawing out the most fundamental sin in one's heart? Could it be that the most fundamental sin in my heart was what happened yesterday? Of course, compared to this. What made Wu Yan more confused was that Yonglin of 8 senses clearly said that the medicine would last for 7 days, but now only 1 day had passed. How did he return to normal? At least now, Wu Yan didn't feel that he looked down on Yonglin of 8 senses in his heart at all. He also didn't feel how strong he was in Fantasy Village at all. His mentality and thoughts had completely returned to normal. Could it be that the medicine of Yonglin of 8 senses didn't take effect? But the effect was weakened? After all, Yonglin of 8 senses said that this medicine was just an experimental product. She originally planned to use it for the servants of Yongyong Pavilion before the medicine test was completed. No one knew whether this medicine could produce the expected effect. But on second thought, Wu Yan rejected again. Yesterday, I thought that Yonglin of 8 senses medicine didn't work. In the end, I was tricked. This time, I can't be careless. Otherwise, it's very likely that not only will I be a sinner, but I will also faint again. Wu Yan finally understood the essence of the voice that collided with the voice in his head and in his heart. These two voices, one of them was his own heart, and the other was the mentality caused by Yonglin of 8 senses medicine. Yesterday, Zui Ye's calm and strange performance aroused Wu Yan's disapproval of his behavior at that time. It awakened Wu Yan's heart that was covered by arrogance and conceit. If it was the original Wu Yan, he would definitely not have done such a rude thing and said such arrogant words. It almost broke the relationship that he had established with Zui Yi. And of course, Wu Yan absolutely didn't want the relationship that he had established with Zui Yi to be broken. Therefore, Wu Yan's heart was awakened and collided with the mentality caused by the medicine. As a result, under the collision of two different states of mind, Wu Yan's head couldn't bear the burden of two spirits and suddenly crashed. This was the fundamental reason why Wu Yan suddenly felt dizzy and tired. I have to be careful today. Wu Yan was a little vigilant and said to himself with guilt. Also, I have to apologize to Remilia and Zui. With that, Wu Yan lifted the blanket, got off the bed and walked out of the room. Scarlet Devil Mansion. Today, Patrice wasn't in the main hall like yesterday. Remilia, Fran, and Zui weren't in the main hall either. Instead, they went to the balcony on the second floor of Scarlet Devil Mansion. On the balcony, there was a small round table with all kinds of tea sets on it. Remilia and Fran were sitting opposite each other. In front of them was a pure white teacup filled with scarlet liquid. Their expressions were somewhat absent-minded. Especially Fran, her wine-red eyes were filled with apprehension and uneasiness. Sometimes, there was even a trace of anxiety. Remilia, who saw this, felt vexed and angry. Remilia said unhappily, "Are you still thinking about Yakumo-bai?" Yakumo-bai? Fran blinked in confusion. Then, she remembered that this name was Wu Yan's current alias. She couldn't help but nod. "Big brother, is he all right?" "He won't die." Remilia's tone turned sour after getting the answer. "I'm clearly your biological sister, but I don't see you being this concerned about me." Hearing this, Fran tilted her head and suddenly smiled. "Big sister, are you jealous?" "Huh." Remilia widened her eyes and flipped out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Who would be jealous of that bastard?" "Big sister, aren't you jealous?" Furan's face was filled with confusion. She continued to speak until she was shocked to death. Then, big sister, do you like Fran? But. Remilia stammered in embarrassment. Big sister? Of course big sister likes Fran. Isn't big sister jealous of big brother because Fran is so concerned about him? Fran immediately beamed with joy and said such a sentence. What? So big sister is really a siscon. What? Remilia almost fell to the ground. She looked at Fran in disbelief and said with a trembling voice. Who taught you to say that? Big brother. Fran answered honestly. It's big brother. That bastard vampire true ancestor. Remilia exploded. What did he teach Fran? What? Fran had a doubtful look on her face once again. Isn't a siscon someone who likes their own sister a lot? Ah. Remilia's roar came to an abrupt halt. She rolled her eyes and hurriedly nodded. That's right, that's right. It means liking your own sister. What? Fran puffed up her cheeks. Then big sister likes Fran. Isn't that a siscon? Remilia's face turned red and white. She couldn't explain anything. Her expression was strangely sullen. Looking at Remilia's sullen expression, Ruo Yi couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He casually glanced at the balcony entrance and was stunned. Wu Yen, who was looking for something, happened to pass by. Zui Yi saw him. Zui Yi inadvertently called out when Wu Yen was about to walk over. Bye-bye. Remilia and Flan turned around when they heard Sakuya's voice. Wu Yen, who was about to leave the balcony, stopped, and he turned around to look at them. You're here? Wu Yen let out a sigh of relief. Finally found you, big brother. Fran stood up from her chair and jumped toward the balcony entrance. She crossed several meters and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Fran was so worried about you. Flan. Wu Yan hugged the petite girl who jumped into his arms. He rubbed Flan's head in a doting manner. Sorry for making you worry. Remilia and Sakuya exchanged glances when they saw the adoration in Wu Yan's eyes and his apologetic tone. Remilia hesitated for a moment before asking. Are you okay? Wu Yan looked up at Remilia and Zui Yi with a bitter smile. I don't know when I'll get a cramp, but I'm really sorry about yesterday. I went a little too far. Yesterday, not only did Wu Yan call them useless in front of Remilia and the others, he also tried to force Sakuya to become his maid. That wasn't just a little too far, it was very far. Wu Yan's apology eased Remilia's expression, and she turned her head away. Looks like you've really recovered. When Sakuya saw the usual indulgence and clarity in Wu Yan's eyes, her heart unknowingly calmed down. She told Wu Yan, Lord Bai, if you feel that something is wrong, please remember to tell us. I will. Wu Yan looked at Sakuya. She's neither servile nor overbearing. She's confident and cool. He praised her in his heart. No one could find any fault with this maid. Another idea popped up in his mind after thinking about it for a bit. Why would such a perfect being be Remilia's maid and not his? Chapter 1751. Why couldn't she be his maid? When such a thought appeared in Wu Yan's mind, it was like a spark that quickly burned through every corner of Wu Yan's heart, causing a dark and negative emotion to emerge in Wu Yan's heart. Driven by this negative emotion, Wu Yan actually developed a sense of rejection, hostility, and even a trace of killing intent towards Remilia. Remilia, who was about to drink tea, keenly felt a sense of hostility and killing intent lock onto her at the same time. She even felt a sense of danger in her heart, causing her hand that was holding the teacup to tremble violently. She turned her head abruptly and looked over. Thus, Remilia saw it. The pair of wine-red eyes kept turning. Sometimes it's the usual wine-red color, other times it's the gold color that represents a noble bloodline. There's hostility and killing intent in those eyes as he stared at Wu Yan. Seeing the hostility and killing intent in Wu Yan's eyes, Remilia seemed to have suffered a blow, and her expression was abnormally ugly. It was because Remilia no longer hated this inexplicable true ancestor of vampires as much as before. Instead, she truly treated him as someone close to her. It couldn't be helped. Not only did this man in front of her sleep in the same bed as her, but he also treated her as a younger sister. He doted on her, took care of her, and even fed her. On the surface, Remilia disdained this kind of behavior, but in fact, she enjoyed it very much. Fran stayed in the basement for hundreds of years and tasted loneliness. What about Remilia? She had almost ruled the entire fantasy land. She even had the idea of invading the moon. Attempting to invade the moon did seem awe-inspiring on the surface, but hadn't Remilia never enjoyed the feeling of kinship? Not only did she have no parents, but she also had to personally lock her only sister in the basement. Although this behavior was a bit extreme. However, Remilia's desire for kinship was also unconcealable. Now, her biological sister had recovered. She could live with her openly, and she even had a brother who talked to himself. Remilia had never admitted it, but in her heart, she had indeed developed a trace of dependence towards Wu Yan. This trace of dependence was still very weak, but if it continued to develop, sooner or later, Remilia would be like Fran and treat Wu Yan as her own kin. Under such circumstances, seeing Wu Yan develop hostility and killing intent towards her for no reason, Remilia's heart felt a little uncomfortable. Her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, but more than that, her anger towards Wu Yan. Remilia's eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes that constantly alternating between red and gold. As she withstood the faint pressure from her bloodline, she spoke. What is the meaning of this? Lord Bai. Zui also noticed the change in Wu Yan. Unknowingly, he appeared beside Wu Yan and pressed down on Wu Yan's shoulder. Please calm down. Wu Yan was already somewhat awakened by Remilia's scolding, but now that Zui spoke, Wu Yan's heart immediately surged with more negative emotions, causing his eyes to completely turn gold. For Remilia? Zui stopped me for Remilia's sake, right? Why is she so nice to Remilia? Am I not worthy of being treated well by her? Such thoughts continuously emerged from the depths of Wu Yan's heart, causing the surface of Wu Yan's body to begin circulating with a faint magical light. Brother. Fran subconsciously felt that something was wrong and hugged Wu Yan tightly. Bye-bye. Zui couldn't help but raise his voice. Don't forget, you've always treated Miss as your younger sister. This sentence was like a basin of cold water splashing into Wu Yan's heart, causing Wu Yan's heart to turn cold and his expression to clear up. He finally understood what he had just done. At the same time, just like yesterday, two completely different voices in his mind and heart collided once again, allowing Wu Yan to instantly understand. The medicine of 8 wills eternal beauty was still in effect. His heart was confronting the mentality triggered by the medicine's effect. The moment he understood, Wu Yan's head exploded and buzzed. Ugh. Screaming in pain, Wu Yan covered his head and squatted down. His eyes and face were filled with pain. Big brother! Fran yelled. Bye-bye. Zui also exclaimed. Remilia would have lived for 500 years in vain if she still didn't realize that something was wrong. Looking at Wu Yan squatting down and covering his head with a painful expression, she couldn't help but stand up. However, Wu Yan couldn't hear the voices around him clearly. He struggled to lift his eyes and swept a glance at Remilia, Zui, and Fran. Enduring the dizziness and pain, he flashed and used space teleportation, disappearing from the scene. Brother, goodbye. Fran and Zui knew that something was wrong when they saw the magical waves emanating from Wu Yan's body. They pounced on him, but in the end, they missed. Remilia stared at the place where Wu Yan disappeared. She took a deep breath and calmly gave an order. Send everyone in the Red Devil Mansion to search for him. Also, go to the library and call Puki out. Yes, miss. Zui didn't delay any longer. He directly used his ability and disappeared on the spot. Sister. Fran threw herself into Remilia's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, are you all right? It's fine. It'll be fine. Remilia comforted Fran while looking at the sky outside and gritting her teeth. Despicable people from the moon, feeding people unnecessary things. Don't let me catch you, otherwise, I'll definitely destroy your bamboo forest. In the fantasy village, there was an extremely large forest. It was the most humid forest in the fantasy village. Very few people set foot in it, and it had many ancient trees. The inside of the forest was dense and dark. There was very little light in it. Therefore, other than trees, it was very difficult for other plants to grow in the forest. However, for some reason, it could produce mushrooms. Most of the mushrooms that grew in this forest were inedible. Only a small portion of them could be eaten. However, no one would come here to pick mushrooms, because the environment was very bad. There were a large number of mushroom monsters living in the forest. Their spores would dance in the air of the forest. If ordinary people breathed them in, they would fall sick. For ordinary monsters, this was not a comfortable place, and even more so for humans. Not to mention, there was also miasma, or rather, dense demonic aura, released by the monsters in this forest that humans could not tolerate. The mushroom monsters could even cast a series of illusion spells and magic, causing people who entered to be lost in this place. It was possible that they would fall into an eternal slumber. However, if they could withstand the miasma, humans could live here and protect themselves from the attacks of demons. In addition, although the mushroom monster spores could bring about hallucinations, they could also increase a human's magic power to a certain extent. Therefore, humans who were determined to become magic envoys would usually come here to live. Since those who could live here could rely on these mushrooms to increase their own magic power, it was assumed that those who lived here were magic users. Hence, this forest had such a name, the Magic Forest. Regardless of whether it was the human by profession, Misty Rain Demon Risa, or the demon by race, Magic Caster Alice, who was a human by profession, Magic Caster Margaret Lloyd lived in this magic forest. At this time, Alice was bringing her two dolls, Shanghai Humanoid and Penglai Humanoid, to pick some edible mushrooms in the magic forest. Regarding these mushrooms, Marissa, who also lived in the magic forest, ate them 3 times a day. As for Alice, who was a magic user, she only ate them when she needed them. For example, when she wanted to increase her magic power. Eating these mushrooms directly can also increase her magic power. Moreover, it was much more useful than absorbing the spores. Of course, the further she progressed, the more limited the amount of magic she could gain from eating these mushrooms. For Alice, the amount of magic she could gain from eating these mushrooms was less than the amount of water dripping out of a faucet, but it was better than nothing. 1. While Alice was picking the mushrooms, suddenly, not far away, a magic fluctuation was transmitted over. HM? Alice looked towards the source of the magic fluctuation. In the next moment, she was stunned. Not far away, there was a person lying on the ground. Chapter 1752. Heavy. Incomparably heavy. The heaviness that assaulted him made it hard for him to breathe in his sleep. He groaned in pain. His consciousness is like a small boat, tossing and turning under the battering of the storm. It's like he's in the middle of a tidal wave, he can't control his body and he's in great pain. Of course, it was very simple to be immune to this pain. As long as Wu Yan allowed his heart to follow the negative mentality caused by Yonglin's medicine and vent it wantonly, there would be no pain. However, rather than being a completely different person, Wu Yan would rather continue to suffer. Maybe, even Yangren didn't expect Wu Yan's willpower to be strengthened by the influence of the important people around him. That's how he resisted the evil that came from the depths of his heart. That's how things turned out this way. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know who won in the end. At a certain moment, the heavy feeling that attacked him all the time began to recede, and the dizziness and pain also disappeared like a receding tide. Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. After struggling in the heavy feeling for such a long time, Wu Yan's consciousness was slightly chaotic. He looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. For a moment, he was at a loss. Where am I? Red Devil Mansion? However, the walls of the Red Devil Mansion were red, but the ceiling in front of him was white. Boli Shrine? However, the ceiling of the Boli Shrine was made of wood. Not to mention the ceiling, even the floor was made of wood. The ceiling in front of him was obviously made of stone bricks. Since it was not the Red Devil Mansion or the Boli Shrine, there was no other place for him to stay in the fantasy village, right? As he thought about it, Wu Yan finally remembered. He had escaped from the Red Devil Mansion. He had escaped. his eyes instantly widened to the limit. Wu Yan suddenly sat up from the bed. Almost at the same time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Are you awake?" Hearing this voice, Wu Yan reflexively turned his head. He looked to the side. Not far from Wu Yan. It was only 2 or 3 meters away. A young girl was sitting on a chair, holding a thick book with a red ribbon tied with a bow. 2 little people were floating beside her. Seeing this young girl, Wu Yan was startled and murmured, "Alice?" Alice nodded her head lightly. Her expression was neither cold nor warm, as if she was entertaining a strange guest. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "I feel uncomfortable all over." After saying that, Wu Yan looked around and saw where he was. This was a Western-style room. The room wasn't very big, much smaller than Remilia's room. However, it was slightly bigger than an ordinary room. There were pink curtains on the window, and some furniture, such as a desk and counter, had dolls placed on it. It was filled with the youthful aura of a young girl. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the dolls placed on the furniture were more like human dolls than dolls. That was because one could clearly see some gears on their limbs, and there were obvious signs of broken joints on their joints. As for Wu Yan, he's lying on top of a pink bed with a canopy. He could smell the sweet scent of the bed wafting into his nose. This fragrance wasn't something Wu Yan hadn't smelled before. In the lost bamboo forest, in order to track the rabbit, he hid on top of Patrice and Alice. One of the 2 scents emitted from Patrice and Alice was identical to this fragrance. Alice. Considering the situation before him, Wu Yan looked at Alice in astonishment. "This is your home?" Alice gazed at Wu Yan and slowly nodded. "It's also my room." As expected. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. "How did I get here?" "I found you in the magic forest," Alice replied in an unhurried and indifferent tone. "You fainted, so I brought you back." Magic forest. Wu Yan took a deep breath and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then, how long have I been unconscious?" "It's afternoon now," Alice replied. "You've been sleeping since morning." "In other words, I've been unconscious for half a day?" Wu Yan scratched his head in annoyance. "Remilia, Fran, and Jaya should be worried, right?" "More than worried. Right now, the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion is looking for Wu Yan everywhere. But at that time, there was no way around it. If Wu Yan didn't run away, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't attack Remilia." "Yonglin." Wu Yan sighed. "I didn't expect her medicine to be so overbearing. I'm afraid that people with weak willpower might really fall into the negative emotions and even change their temperament, right? It wasn't impossible for this to happen. After all, it's a sin that comes from the depths of a person's heart." "Is it because of the medicine that you drank that time?" Alice furrowed her brows. "Could it be that the medicine can affect the body in addition to the mind?" "That's not true. I fainted because my heart was fighting against the sin that was triggered. The mental burden is a bit heavy, but there won't be any problems with the body," Wu Yan said as he got off the bed and put on the shoes that Alice helped him take off. "No matter what, thank you for bringing me here, but I have to return to the Scarlet Devil Mansion." Hearing this, Alice didn't stop him. She looked at Wu Yan quietly for a while before suddenly speaking. "Ling Meng said that you only came to the fantasy village in the past 2 to 3 days. Wu Yan, who was putting on his shoes, paused and he raised his head to look at Alice with a puzzled expression. "What? Is there a problem?" "I don't know much about the Scarlet Devil Mansion, but the people in the fantasy village basically don't go there except when Remilia holds a banquet. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is also famous for being resistant to outsiders." Alice muttered for a while and met Wu Yan's eyes. "You seem to be getting along well with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion." Hearing Alice's words, Wu Yan fell silent. Indeed, to be precise, Wu Yan and the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion had only been together for 2 to 3 days. However, in these short 2 to 3 days, the relationship between Wu Yan and Remilia seemed to be incompatible on the surface. Instead of saying that they were enemies, it was more like a daily quarrel. As for Sakuya, Although he didn't have many chances to be alone with her and they didn't interact much with each other, the two of them seemed to have developed a tacit understanding in these short 2 to 3 days. They are like bosom buddies. As for Patrice, due to the incident in the library, their relationship was awkward. However, yesterday, Patrice came out of the library to observe whether Wu Yan was affected by Yonglin's medicine. Patrice was also very concerned about Wu Yan. It had only been 2 to 3 days and his relationship with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion had improved so much. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan felt that it was inconceivable. It was because she had noticed this that Alice had purposely asked about it, wasn't it? After a moment of silence, Wu Yan revealed a helpless smile and gave such an answer. Perhaps, my relationship with the Scarlet Devil Mansion is better. Relationship? Alice mumbled to herself for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's true. Other than this, I can't think of any other reason to explain why that homie who has a lukewarm relationship with everyone else other than her own family and Marissa would approve of you in such a short period of time and interact with you, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Wu Yan was speechless. Alice didn't care about how his relationship with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion progressed so quickly. Instead, she cared about how his relationship with Mulan progressed so quickly. That was to be expected. No matter what, the two of them were love rivals in name. Regardless of whether it was Alice or Marissa, both of them more or less had lesbian tendencies and held lustful thoughts towards the unfortunate Black Devil Mansion. Gazing at the beautiful young lady before him, Patrice's delicate yet delicate face surfaced in his mind. Wu Yan's heart suddenly became restless. Why didn't these two beautiful young ladies like him? Chapter 1753. Regardless of Alice or Patrice, no one would be able to find fault with their looks. Let's not talk about Patrice. Let's talk about Alice, this typical Western beauty. In the mouths of some people, she was even given the title of the #1 Western beauty in Fantasy Village. In other words, among all the girls in the Fantasy Village series, most people believed that Alice was the prettiest in terms of appearance. For such a young lady, as long as one was a man, he would more or less have some unconventional thoughts. As for Patrice, due to her frequent hiding in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's underground library, not many people in Fantasy Village knew of her. Those who had met her were even fewer. Sometimes, Patrice's figure might not even be seen in large-scale banquets. Therefore, most of the people in Fantasy Village only knew of Patrice as a member of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Some had only heard of her name, and there were even some who had never heard of her name before. However, who could say that Patrice's looks weren't good? Although not many people knew or had seen Patrice, in terms of looks, Patrice wasn't inferior to Alice. Facing these two absolute beauties, Wu Yan couldn't help but ponder. Why didn't they belong to him? Such a thought. Without any warning or reason, it suddenly burst forth from the depths of Wu Yan's heart. A trace of haze flashed across Wu Yan's eyes as resentment towards Marissa rose in his heart. This situation was exactly the same as when he faced Remilia in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. If there was anything different, it would be that this time, Wu Yan had finally discovered the uncontrollable resentment towards Marissa that burst forth from the depths of his heart. Immediately, Wu Yan understood. The sin induced by Yonglin's medicine. It still persisted. Damn it. Clutching his aching head, Wu Yan's eyes were filled with haze of resentment towards Marissa. He was vexed at his inability to control this negative emotion. Ahead, he clearly saw this scene. Alice, who had clearly seen the haze and vexation in Wu Yan's eyes just now, was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Wu Yan could only give an ugly smile, but he did not dare to assert that he was fine. With one hand on his forehead and the other on his chest, he carefully felt the restless negative emotions in the depths of his heart before he spoke softly. "Looks like I'm jealous of Marissa." Jealous Marissa? Alice froze on the spot when she heard these sudden words. She was not surprised at all. "I can't help it." Perhaps he did not have the strength to explain or conceal it, or perhaps he did not have the intention to explain or conceal it at all. Wu Yan could not help but laugh. Alice and Patrice are so beautiful, yet they treat that black and white bandit so well. So, I must be jealous. Beautiful. Beautiful. This was definitely not the first time she heard this evaluation from others. Alice, who used to be calm and indifferent, felt her heartbeat uncontrollably speeding up this time. Looking at Wu Yan's laughing expression, Alice's thoughts uncontrollably returned to the day when they went to Lost Bamboo Forest together. Wu Yan pressed her down and caressed her body with a hand. Alice's heart beat faster, and her eyes were more or less filled with a little panic. Without thinking, she retorted such a sentence. I didn't treat Marissa well. Looking at Alice's flustered expression, Wu Yan thought that Alice is behaving like this because he hit the nail on the head. The restless negative emotions in his heart increased all of a sudden, giving Wu Yan a scare. Okay, I understand. But don't mention Marissa again. Wu Yan clutched his throbbing head and hurriedly explained. My current state isn't right. If you mention Marissa again, I might really be tormented by my jealousy to the point of losing my wolf. Tormented to the point of losing your wolf? Alice also noticed that something was wrong. She calmed down and pondered for a moment. She then asked in an uncertain tone. Could it be the medicine of that doctor in Forever Pavilion? Wu Yan suppressed the negative emotions surging from the depths of his heart while nodding weakly. Alice fell into deep thought. That doctor said that the medicine can trigger the most fundamental evil in a person's heart. That is to say, it triggered your jealousy and made you jealous of Marissa? Yes, it could also be that I am jealous of Marissa. In the end, my jealousy was amplified by the effects of Yonglin's medicine. Wu Yan didn't push all the blame onto the medicine. He openly admitted to it and even joked around. If the person Alice likes is me, perhaps I will chop myself up out of jealousy. Don't talk nonsense. Alice's heart started to beat faster again. She shook her head hard and changed the topic. Then what do you plan to do now? Return to Scarlet Devil Mansion? Wu Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Even though it might bring trouble to Scarlet Devil Mansion, I want to go back and find Muck. Alice tilted her head to one side, not knowing what was going on. Muck is Patrice. Wu Yan reminded Alice when he saw her confused expression. You see, sometimes, Patrice has the habit of adding the word "m" when she speaks, right? So, you call that squatting girl Muck? Alice smiled knowingly. However, she frowned in the next moment. She spoke in a displeased tone. Why are you looking for that squatting girl? That girl reads books all day, perhaps she might have a solution. Wu Yan's tone turned displeased. Actually, compared to Muck, I want to look for Yukari more. She might be able to give me some ideas. But for some reason, after coming to Fantasy Village, she didn't seem to have any intention of looking for me. I don't know where she is, I really don't know what she is up to. Take a step back? Alice's tone was still filled with displeasure. Then why are you looking for that girl who only knows how to read? Can I help you? If this sentence was heard by those who were familiar with Alice, they would definitely be shocked. After all, Alice was famous for being cold to others. She was also someone who didn't care about things and wasn't a stubborn person. Alice often attended all kinds of banquets held in the Fantasy Village. She would also perform puppet plays in the human world during the festival. If she met people who were lost in the magic forest, she would send them outside and protect them until they were safe. Overall, she was a person who was close to others but always kept a distance from others. It was probably the first time that he had expressed his desire to help someone so directly, wasn't it? Only Wu Yan knew that Alice's reaction was due to a trace of competition towards Patrice. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Then, do you have a way to help me alleviate this uncontrollable negative emotion from the depths of my heart? Alice was speechless for a moment. Then she raised the thick book in her hand, unwilling to be outdone. It was tied with a red ribbon in a bow. That method, I will look for it. I will definitely find it. Seeing that Alice was about to flip through the book, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Don't think that I don't know that book in your hand is a magic book. It is indeed outstanding to use magic. However, there shouldn't be any medicinal methods in it, right? Alice's hand that was about to flip through the book froze. You have already helped me a lot by bringing me back when I was unconscious. Wu Yen stood up with some difficulty. If you want to help me, why don't you send me back to Scarlet Devil Mansion? In my current state, I don't wish to use spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation required extreme concentration in order to sense the surrounding space and find the coordinates of the destination. With Wu Yan's current state, if he used spatial teleportation, perhaps the coordinates would be shifted to an unknown location. Alice was also a magic user and naturally understood this point. She didn't object and nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and supported Wu Yan towards the door. Chapter 1754. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. In the hall, on the platform at the end of the stairs, Remilia sat at the head of the table as usual. Patrice and Fran sat on either side of Remilia, facing each other. Only Zui stood behind Remilia. At this moment, there was an extremely heavy and silent atmosphere between the four girls. Each of them had a different expression. Remilia lowered her head and looked at the scarlet liquid in the teacup in front of her. Her scarlet eyes were filled with anxiety. Patrice was holding a thick book with a pair of spectacles on her face. She flipped through the pages with a serious expression in her eyes. Fran's gaze was fixed in the direction of the entrance of the Red Devil Hall. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, worry, and even more uneasiness. As for Zui, on the surface, her face was calm. But if one looked closely, they would notice that Zui's gaze would unnoticeably shift to the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. Clearly, no matter what the four members of the Red Devil Mansion were thinking about, it was all related to one person. In fact, this scene had been going on since the morning. After Wu Yen disappeared from Remilia and the others, Remilia had all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion go out to search for Wu Yen. She and the others had been waiting here for news from the fairy maids. However, looking at Remilia and Fran, it was likely that they couldn't wait any longer. As time passed, the heavy and deathly silent atmosphere grew thicker and thicker. Fran's wine-red eyes even blossomed with blood-red light, proving how anxious she was in her heart. Second miss. Beside her, Zai silently appeared and placed a cake in front of Fran. You haven't eaten anything since this morning. Please eat something first. The bloody light in Fran's eyes dimmed a little. She seemed to be hungry, but she didn't look at the cake in front of her and shook her head. Fran doesn't want to eat. Then let's drink some black tea. Remilia glanced at Fran and advised her as well. Otherwise, you didn't wait for Yakumo Bai to come back. You fell down first. Remilia and Fran's vampire bloodline wasn't strong enough to prevent them from consuming blood. They could truly live without relying on blood. Only the true ancestor. Therefore, both Remilia and Fran had to consume fresh blood within a certain period of time. Otherwise, if they took too long, they would lose control. In the end, they might even enter a state of eternal sleep. Even Flan couldn't get rid of this trait. Back in Silveria, she had to consume the blood that Wu Yen bought from the system to maintain her mental state of being at 100 times more energetic than before. Flan understood what Remilia meant, but there was nothing she could do. She had no appetite at all, whether it was the cake or the black tea with blood. In the end, Fran shook her head unhappily. Fran doesn't want to eat. Remilia turned to Patrice, who was flipping through her book. Kyuki, how are things on your side? I have some ideas. Patrice replied without raising her head. But I don't think we can successfully remove the effects of the medicine that affected Haku. Why? Remilia asked. Don't tell me you can't remove the effects of the medicine? This is merely the effect of a single medicine. Although I don't know if it will be effective, I can think of many ways to remove it. Patrice faintly sighed. The problem is, helping the moon person test the medicine is the condition for Haku to enter the Forever Pavilion. If we find a way to remove the medicine, that moon person will definitely not allow Haku to enter the Forever Pavilion. I think Haku knows this as well, so he definitely won't agree to remove the effects of the medicine, right? Patrice shook her head. Since that's the case, we can't use any methods that can affect the medicine. Not remove the effects. Remilia frowned. Doesn't that mean there's no solution? No matter what, According to the moon person, the medicine will only last for 7 days. Patrice said concisely. That's why we don't have to find a way to remove the effects. Can't we just endure the 7 days? 7 days? Remilia felt a headache coming on. It hasn't even been 2 days and Scarlet Fiend Mansion has to send everyone out. How are we going to survive the next 5 days? Upon hearing Remilia's words, Patrice lifted her head from the book in her hand and gazed at Remilia with a deep gaze. Remilia, you've changed? Remilia looked at Patrice doubtfully. What changed? 2 or 3 days ago, didn't you hate Haku? Patrice looked at Remilia as though trying to decipher something from Remilia's expression. Besides, other than Scarlet Fiend Mansion's members, you used to be indifferent to everyone. This time, you've sent everyone out for a person you've only known for 2 or 3 days. Isn't that enough to prove that you've changed? How is this considered a change? Remilia's expression was unnatural. You said it yourself. I'm only indifferent to Scarlet Fiend Mansion's members. That person is now a member of Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Is that so? Patrice nodded in agreement. Then let's just treat it that way. If that's the case, Patrice, haven't you changed as well? Remilia didn't want to be outdone, so she added. You've only known that person for 2 or 3 days. Haven't you been hiding in the library since yesterday to find a way to help him? Hearing this, Patrice was taken aback and fell silent. At the side, Zuyi sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Remilia and Patrice weren't the only ones who changed. Didn't Zuyi change as well? Although she didn't say it out loud, Zuyi couldn't help but admit it. Right now, she's worried about the person she's only known for 2 or 3 days. At this moment, a flustered figure ran in from outside. Young miss! Young miss! Panicked shouts resounded throughout the hall, startling everyone who had fallen into silence. A cold light flashed in Zuyi's blue eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out a throwing knife and threw it out with all his might. The flying dagger flashed through the air, drawing a long arc of light. With a soft sound of breaking through the air, it cut through the atmosphere and fiercely stabbed into the head of the figure who ran in a panic. Pucci, ah! Along with a tearing sound, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The figure who ran in a panic fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from his head. With a trace of blood, he fell to the ground. China, I didn't expect you to not guard the door properly and leave your post without permission. You even dared to scare the young lady. Zuyi grabbed the second flying knife with a calm face. I'll deduct your salary for the next year. My name is Hong Meiling, not China. The corpse on the ground jumped up and covered her bleeding forehead as she cried out pitifully. Also, young Miss Zuyi, you've already deducted my salary for the next 10 years. Is that so? Zuyi sneered. Then this time, I'll deduct your salary for the next 20 years. No, Miss Zuyi. Hong Meiling cried out. I didn't leave my post and didn't mean to scare the young miss. I just have something to report. Something to report. Remilia waved her hand impatiently. Don't tell me it's that black and white rat again? And no, it's not the black and white rats that sneaked in, but I'm back. Hong Meiling was just about to explain when a weak voice interrupted her and entered everyone's ears. Brother. Fran was the first to react. Her eyes were filled with joy as she stood up. At the same time, Wu Yen, who was supported by Alice, walked in from the main entrance. Raising his head, he looked at the girls on the platform and he smiled helplessly. Sorry for making you guys worry. Remilia, Patrice, and Zuyi came to Wu Yan's side. Hi, Sama. Sakuya supported Wu Yan's other hand when she saw how weak he looked. You should return to your room first, Wu Yan nodded. Zuyi and Alice supported him as well as Remilia, Fran, and Patrice accompanied him to his room. Chapter 1755. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Looking at Wu Yan lying on the bed with Alice and Sakuya's help, Flan climbed onto the bed and came to Wu Yan's side. She asked him with a worried expression, Big brother, are you all right? Turning around, Wu Yan saw the worry on Fran's delicate face. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Big brother is fine, it just looks serious. Actually, I'm just a little dizzy. Apart from that, I'm fine. Hearing that, Fran's worried expression eased a little. Remilia and Patrice couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Then, after heaving a sigh of relief, Patrice turned her head and looked at Alice. Her purple eyes were filled with unwelcome. Why did you come here? He fainted in the magic forest and I found him. I'm just sending him back. Alice didn't even look at Patrice. She patted her wrinkled clothes from supporting Wu Yen and straightened her body. Moreover, I'm not squatting at home. Is it strange for me to come here? Of course it's strange. Patrice calmly replied. I thought you only know how to play with dolls? So you know how to send people home? Not only do I know how to send people home, I also know how to play in other people's homes. Alice looked at Patrice with a mischievous smile. I have an appointment with Marissa. We'll have a meal together. Patrice's brows twitched slightly. Seems like you're quite free. I am. After all, I don't have to stay at home to read, right? Is that so? Don't you need to take some time out to fix those moldy dolls that you left there because you were too free? That's true. Otherwise, I'll get Marissa to help me repair my puppet. That way, I'll have more time to play with Marissa, right? Hee hee. A thick ancient book suddenly appeared in Patrice's hand. Boundless magic powers surged from it. Recently, I've just developed a new spell. Since you're so free, why don't you give it to me? Why don't you test the power of this spell with me? What a coincidence. I have also recently practiced a new formation with Shanghai and Panglai. Alice crossed her arms in front of her chest and spread her fingers. Traces of magic power also appeared on her slender palms, condensing into the shape of a thread, and connected out. The next moment, each of them was only the size of a palm. Young girls with spears in their hands floated up from all directions. They formed a formation around Alice and pointed their spears at Patrice. I need someone to practice with me, immediately. Among the two beautiful girls, one held a thick, ancient tome, one magic array fluctuating around her. The other had threads extending from her fingers and connecting them to tiny girls. Tiny figures hovered around her, similarly radiating a large amount of mana. Seeing that a fight was about to break out between Patrice and Alice, Night Eye spoke up. Lady Patrice, Lady Alice, Lady White still needs to rest. Do you intend to fight here? Remilia spoke up with an unfriendly expression. This is my room. You are not allowed to fight when Big Brother is resting. Fran stood up and shouted angrily. Otherwise, Fran will kick all of you out first. The magic surging from Patrice and Alice's bodies paused for a moment. They looked at each other and snorted at the same time before withdrawing their magic. However, none of the girls noticed that Wu Yen was staring at Patrice and Alice with a gloomy expression. Are you guys fighting over Marissa again? When everyone quieted down, Wu Yan's gloomy voice echoed. I really don't know what's so special about that black and white mouse that the two of you, who are as calm as water, would make such a fuss every time you meet. Hearing Wu Yan's gloomy voice, everyone was stunned. When they turned to look at Wu Yan, they were shocked. Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed, sat up. He tilted his head as he looked at Patrice and Alice. His wine-red eyes were filled with a dense haze that ruined his deep and beautiful eyes. Remilia shuddered, and her voice became nervous. Don't tell me he's acting up again? Big brother. Lord White. Both Fran and Zayoi extended their hands, but before they could touch Wu Yen, they were stopped by Wu Yen. The two of you aren't the type who would easily quarrel with others. Neither are you the type who would mindlessly attack others. Why would you quarrel and even fight when you meet? Wu Yen looked at Patrice and Alice and sneered. Isn't it because of Marissa? This. Seeing Wu Yan's gloomy expression, Patrice felt uncomfortable. At the same time, she was puzzled. Even though Yonglin's medicine seemed to have taken effect since yesterday, compared to the arrogant Wu Yen from yesterday, Wu Yen didn't seem as arrogant as before. Instead, it made her shudder. If the arrogant Wu Yen from yesterday was disgusting, then the gloomy expression of Wu Yen today was frightening. It seemed that even Alice felt a little uncomfortable. She took a small step back. Then, as if she had thought of something, her expression changed. Don't tell me you're jealous of Marissa again? Jealous of Marissa? Remilia, Patrice, Zaoi, and Fran were stunned. As for Wu Yen, it was as though his thoughts were pierced. The gloominess in his eyes intensified and his voice was filled with resentment. What? Am I not allowed to be jealous of Marissa? Do you want to fight me because of Marissa? Let alone Patrice and Alice, even Remilia, Furan, and Sakuya felt uncomfortable when they saw Wu Yan's gloomy and resentful appearance. Even though Wu Yan isn't exactly a sunny person, at least the girls feel comfortable and relaxed when they get along with him. They don't feel any pressure at all, and sometimes, they would even feel a trace of happiness when they see Wu Yan's every move and action. How could the current Wu Yan give them such a feeling? What's going on? Patrice lowered her voice and asked Alice. How did you know Haku was jealous of Marissa? He said it himself. Alice found it hard to speak, but she knew it wasn't the time to hide the truth. She explained hesitantly. He said that he felt that were both very beautiful, yet he treated Marissa that way. That's why he felt a bit jealous of Marissa. But because of that Forever Pavilion's doctor's medicine, that trace of jealousy in his heart expanded and became a negative emotion of jealousy. You said he said we were beautiful? Patrice was stunned and her face blushed a little. In other words, he was jealous of the black and white mouse because of the two of you? Remilia frowned. Then, this morning, he suddenly became hostile towards me. Could it be because of jealousy? Jealousy? Zaoi seemed to have thought of something. In the morning, Wu Yen was normal at first, but after talking to Yakuya, he inexplicably developed hostility towards Remilia. He even developed murderous intent towards her. Could it be that Lord Haku is jealous of the young mistress because of me? Thinking of this, Zui was no longer calm. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Wu Yen thought Patrice and Alice had nothing to say. He clenched his fists and he spat out in a hateful tone. Since all of you like that black and white mouse so much, I shall get rid of her. Wu Yen vanished into thin air in a flash. What? Patrice and Alice turned pale with fright. This is going to be troublesome. Remilia felt a headache coming on, but she was also taking pleasure in his misfortune. That black and white mouse is in trouble. Patrice and Alice glanced at each other and ran towards the door without saying a word. Big sister. Fran grabbed Remilia's hand. Let's go find Big Brother. It seems like I'm in trouble too. Remilia grumbled. Really, it's daytime now. Chapter 1756. Fantasy Village, Magic Forest. In the air above the magic forest, Marissa rode her broom and leisurely flew above. After circling around for a bit, she landed on the ground. The moment Marissa was about to land on the ground, the broom automatically flew out from under her and floated behind her. Marissa was hugging a large pile of items. A pile of junk. It was truly a piece of junk. In this pile of junk, not only were there books that were starting to rot, boxes that were missing a corner, toys that were scattered all over the place, and herbs that were mixed together with weeds. This was a pile of junk that no one would be willing to pick up. However, while hugging this pile of junk, Marissa's face was filled with joy. Great harvest! Great harvest! While walking through the misty fog of the magic forest, Marissa laughed heartily. I didn't expect Soul Dream's warehouse to have so many things. These must have been thrown in from the outside world, right? After hearing these words, there was no one who didn't understand. These things were originally in the warehouse of the Bori Shrine. Marissa, on the other hand, used her special ability to borrow all of them. Bori Shrine was connected to the outside world. Thus, from time to time, some things from the outside world would coincidentally flow into Bori Shrine in Fantasy Village. For these things, if they were useful, Soul Dream would throw them into the warehouse and wait for the time to use them. If they were useless, Soul Dream would directly throw them away. Without a doubt, Marissa borrowed the things that Soul Dream casually threw into the warehouse. Moreover, she definitely didn't get Soul Dream's permission, and it wasn't the first time she did this. But Marissa said regretfully while holding the pile of junk in her hands. Although these things are very rare. But they are useless to me. Or Patrice's books are useful to me. Marissa frequently went to Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library to borrow books. It wasn't just for her collection. One must know that Patrice's library had piles upon piles of magic books. The magic recorded in these magic books could not only be used to learn. It could also be used as completed magic. He only needed to inject magic power. Then, he would be able to use the magic recorded in the book. Therefore, for Marissa, the grimoire could increase her magic cultivation. It could also be used in battle. It was something that could really be used. Since I don't have anything to do today, let's go to the Scarlet Devil Mansion later. Marissa giggled and explained to herself. I'm not going to steal anything. I'm going to borrow something. I'll also take a look at Ling Meng's husband. I'll make sure that he doesn't forget about the Boli Shrine just because he has the Red Devil Mansion. With him around, Ling Meng won't hide in the shrine and sleep all day. However, there was no way for Marissa to realize this idea. In front of Marissa, a figure noiselessly appeared in the middle of the forest that was surrounded by an extremely hallucinatory fog. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at the jubilant Marissa as she walked over. Traces of light flashed within those eyes. Misty Rain Magic Lisa, level 78. On the other side, Marissa seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Her footsteps paused as she hugged the pile of junk in her hands and looked forward. Then her eyes lit up and she laughed heartily. Oh, Ling Meng's husband. I was just thinking of going to the Scarlet Devil Mansion to see you. The newcomer was Wu Yan. Seeing Marissa's candid smile, Wu Yan suppressed the killing intent that was about to surface in his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his head and felt dizzy. Back in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice and Alice had nearly fought on the spot. This had ignited the negative emotions that Wu Yan had been suppressing in his heart for a long time. In the end, it led to Wu Yan finding Marissa and saying, "Get rid of her." In fact, despite his vicious words, even if his heart is filled with negative emotions, he didn't really want to kill Marissa. However, teaching her a lesson and venting his anger is something he definitely needs to do. Seeing Marissa's candid smile, Wu Yan's expression cleared up. However, it was quickly filled with negative emotions again. After experiencing yesterday's dizziness and today's fainting, those negative emotions seemed to have accumulated for a long time. How could they be so easily suppressed? Moreover, as the saying goes, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The fiercer the suppression of negative emotions, the stronger the backlash. Thus, Wu Yan covered his head with his hand while looking at Marissa with his one eye exposed outside of the hand covering his head. The corner of his lips curled up. "What a coincidence, I also came to see you, is that so?" Marissa revealed her signature smile. "You came at the right time. I just obtained some interesting things and was about to share them with Alice. Since little brother is here, why don't you play with me?" "Play?" Wu Yan glanced at the pair of junk in Marissa's hand and shook his head. "Forget it. Rather than playing with this, why don't we play something more interesting?" "Oh?" Marissa's eyes lit up and she asked without warning. "What kind of interesting thing?" "A game." Wu Yan smiled maliciously. However, his smile appeared somewhat ice-cold. "Your favorite bullet screen game." As soon as his voice fell, a glittering magic flame erupted from Wu Yan's body. Sensing the boundless ocean-like mana, Marissa's complexion changed. Without hesitation, she leaped up. The broom behind her spun and lifted her into the sky. Buzz! At the same time, a torrent of flames as violent as a waterfall rushed over like a wave on a beach. The instant Marissa soared into the sky, it brought along a scorching airflow and abruptly rushed past her. Boom! The ferocious torrent of flames mercilessly crashed into the trees of the forest of magic. With a loud boom, the ground trembled violently, engulfing all the trees within a dozen meters of Marissa's original location and burning them to ashes. Marissa, who had flown into the air, saw this scene and a drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. She shouted, "Even if you want to play bullet screen games, you should at least give us a heads up, right?" As soon as Marissa's voice rang out, another voice seemed to cover it up, covering Marissa's voice. I already gave them a heads up. Below, where the torrent of flames was still crashing into the ground, streaks of flames condensed into scorching beams of light. Like swordfish breaking out of the water, they shot out from the torrent of flames and soared into the sky. They covered the sky and shrouded Marissa. Hey, hey, hey! I'm not ready yet. Marissa let out a frantic shout. In the time it took to shout, the earth-shattering beam of light had already arrived in front of Marissa. Feeling the terrifying heat from the beams of fire, Marissa's eyes bulged slightly. If there was only one beam of this level of attack, Marissa wouldn't take it seriously at all. But if there were so many that covered the sky and filled her field of vision, that was no laughing matter. If they all hit, even Marissa wouldn't be able to fight anymore. At that moment, Marissa hurriedly controlled her broom like a boar dodging arrows shot by an entire army. She dodged the beams of fire shooting toward her in a sorry state. She had to admit that although she looked like she was in a sorry state, not a single beam of fire that filled her field of vision touched her. She dodged all of them. Part of the reason is that Wu Yan went easy on her. But it also shows that Marissa is very proficient in flying. Unfortunately, the pile of junk in her hand wasn't so lucky. Boom! At a certain moment, a beam of fire suddenly shot over. Due to Marissa's evasion, it didn't hit Marissa, but instead ruthlessly struck the pile of junk Marissa was holding in her hands. The next moment, the pile of junk in her hand burst into flames. What? It's so hot! Marissa shrieked and let go of the pile of junk. Before the pile of junk could fall to the ground, it burned into ashes in the air. My treasure! Marissa hugged her head and cried out as though she had lost her most cherished treasure. Then she became angry. She looked down and stood up from the broom. Since that's the case, then let's go all out. Daisy. Marissa even used her favorite words, yet she got angry over a pile of junk. Even the somewhat irrational Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her. Compared to Spirit Dream, Marissa seems to be even poorer. Chapter 1757. Although Marissa's treasure had already turned to ashes, leaving Marissa grief-stricken, it also left her hands empty. At this moment, Wu Yan was standing on the ground filled with flames. Faint magical light fluctuated around him, isolating the surrounding flames. Through the sea of flames, he looked at Marissa above him. Under Wu Yan's attentive gaze, Marissa's hand reached into her magus hat and fished out something. It was an octagonal block. It was black and white, with yin and yang fish eyes and the 8 trigrams carved on its surface. Combined with Marissa's Western witch attire, it gave people a feeling of incongruity. However, that octagonal block, which was like a small stove, was actually an extremely outstanding magical tool. This strange little furnace could release a small fire that was only enough to cook dinner, but it could also release a large fire that could burn down a mountain. Moreover, it was completely fueled by mana, and other than that, it did not require any other conditions to be activated. Due to this 8 trigrams furnace's characteristic of using magical power as fuel, Marissa used it as her main means of attack. She had set up a magical array inside the 8 trigrams furnace, converting magical power into pure offensive power to release a powerful cannon attack. In terms of power, Marissa's magic cannon was at the forefront of the fantasy village. It was also because of this that Marissa had relied on the might of her magic cannon to challenge opponents of a higher rank and rank. With a bit of luck, Marissa had succeeded in her challenges. If one were to say that Soul Dream was a simple bug character, often using cheats, then Marissa was truly shrouded in the aura of a main character, often defeating the strong as the weak. And Marissa's method of defeating the strong as the weak was to surpass her own rank. A super powerful magical cannon attack that could threaten people of a higher rank. Clearly aware of this, even if his heart was filled with negative emotions similar to jealousy, Wu Yan didn't dare to be careless and raised his guard. In that instant, a stream of magical power surged out from Marissa's body, pouring into the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand. Wearing her trademark grin, she aimed the 8 trigrams furnace at the flames below. Magic cannon, final spark. It was as if he was venting. Marissa shouted, and all the mana on the surface of her body instantly poured into the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand, causing it to emit intense mana fluctuations. Bam! With a gunshot that sounded like a sniper pulling the trigger and firing a bullet, the 8 trigrams furnace in Marissa's hand trembled and a fierce beam of mana shot out from it. From start to finish, Marissa had clearly only poured mana into the 8 trigrams furnace, but the 8 trigrams furnace had actually condensed that pure mana into an extremely powerful beam of light, and with a sound of tearing through the air. Descending from the sky, it landed in the torrent of flames that had yet to dissipate. Then, it ruthlessly scattered the torrent of flames. It landed mercilessly in the direction of Wu Yan. Looking at the power of that attack, even Wu Yan would end up with burns all over his body if he was caught off guard. Impressively, Marissa's bombardment was already capable of threatening rank 9 powerhouses. In the next second, Wu Yan's figure was completely submerged in that multicolored beam of light. Bam! Following an explosion, the torrent of flames was scattered into sparks that filled the sky. Like blossoming fireworks, they scattered in all directions, while the place where Wu Yan was standing exploded into smoke and flames that soared into the sky. Even the ground trembled. Ayaya, I used too much force. It's been a long time since I used Final Spark in a fight. Lingming's husband should be fine, right? Marissa grabbed her hat. Although she said this, her face was full of joy. Although I haven't been able to defeat Lingming, I can defeat her husband. In the future, I can be arrogant in front of her. Marissa was aware of her own limitations and knew that she was being very arrogant. However, when the smoke and flames that soared into the sky dissipated and the scene inside was exposed to the air, Marissa was petrified. Perhaps Marissa didn't have much confidence in her own strength, but she had plenty of confidence in her destructive power. Originally, Marissa was a pure violent person who placed great importance on firepower and didn't care about results. It was also because of this that Marissa's destructive power was like a bug. In the fantasy village, there weren't many people who could withstand Marissa's bombardment head-on. But now, there was one more such person. Below, at the place where the smoke and fire dissipated, there was a sword wall that was as black as ink. It was made up of giant swords, and it was more than 10 meters tall, standing in the center of the smoke and fire. Thick smoke was still rising from it. Clearly, Marissa's final spark didn't hit Wu Yan. Instead, it hit the pitch-black wall of swords and completely blocked Marissa's bombardment. I can't be? Seeing the pitch-black wall of swords that was emitting thick smoke and completely unscathed, Marissa's eyes once again bulged out. My magic cannon actually couldn't penetrate that wall? Your destructive power is indeed sufficient, but unfortunately, if you want to directly destroy the ultimate armament born from fantasy, you're still a bit lacking. The pitch-black wall of swords that rose from the ground scattered. The swords that formed the wall of swords floated up and pointed at Marissa in midair. You do indeed possess an extremely powerful destructive power. However, your moves are too simple. As long as I can see through the trajectory of your attacks and have the means to block your magic cannon, Marissa, you won't be a threat to me. After saying that, the pitch-black swords pointed at Marissa slashed through the air. Amidst a series of sonic booms, they shot toward Marissa. A barrage of bullets once again appeared in front of Moisa. Reacting to the situation, Moisa hurriedly piloted her broom. Just like before, she used a flustered and irregular flying method to accurately avoid the incoming pitch-black greatswords. Unfortunately, these pitch-black swords were different from the uncontrollable flame beam from before. Wu Yan could easily control the trajectory of his noble artifacts. Thus, just as Marissa had just bypassed the incoming pitch-black swords, the swords that brushed past Marissa's body turned around. As if gliding, they drew a beautiful arc and chased after Marissa like homing missiles. Is this even possible? Marissa cried out in alarm. Her figure that was dodging the swords became even more wretched. Not only did she have to pay attention to the incoming swords, she also had to be on guard against the incoming swords from all directions. This made Marissa's situation seem extremely dangerous. After all, Marissa was currently using extremely dangerous methods to avoid the attacks of her noble artifacts. Even if she was a second late in dodging, she would still be hit. Realizing that she couldn't continue like this, Marissa turned around and soared into the sky. She actually stood on her broom and shouted, "Don't think that you're the only one who knows how to use bullet curses." After saying that, Marissa waved her hand. Small wooden cubes that resembled Marissa's 8 trigrams furnace emerged from various parts of her body and floated around her. Rich magical power gushed out of Marissa's body and swept into the wooden cubes. The next moment, laser beams shot out from the center of the wooden cubes like streaks of light. The pitch-black swords collided head-on. Bang, 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 bang. Like needles against wheat, the huge swords and laser beams collided in midair, exploding into clouds of smoke and flames. Then, the noble artifacts and laser beams that followed scattered the smoke and flames in front of them and continued to collide fiercely. For a moment, the sky above the magic forest was filled with bursting flames, thick smoke, and deafening explosions, rendering the sky above the magic forest as if it were a chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, the huge swords and laser beams that filled the sky continued to collide. At this moment, 2 figures arrived at the entrance of the magic forest. Looking at the fierce collision in midair, they looked at each other anxiously and rushed into the magic forest without hesitation. Chapter 1758. When Patrice and Alice arrived not far from the battlefield of the magic forest, the scene before them was already intense to the point of no return. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of Patrice and Alice. A person stood on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Behind him, there was a crimson spatial ripple. Numerous pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, and other pitch-black weapons shot out from the ripple and soared into the sky. In the sky, another person was standing on a broom, facing round after round of shooting, displaying unparalleled flying skills. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he was also nimbly shuttling back and forth among the shooting weapons. There were also small wooden cubes floating around him, occasionally shooting out lasers and landing on the ground. The pitch-black weapons and the dazzling laser beams collided intensely in the void between the 2 figures, one still and one moving, one above and one below. Waves of smoke and dust were stirred up, and strong gales were produced, attacking in all directions. From the looks of it, the 2 seemed to be exchanging blows, neither giving way to the other. However, Patrice and Alice were clear. Marissa's situation was extremely bad. This was to be expected. Even if Marissa's magic cannon was powerful enough to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was impossible to win against Wu Yan just by relying on powerful moves. After all, although it was said to be able to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was still just a threat and not dangerous. If it did not hit the opponent, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. Furthermore, this kind of threat would have to depend on what kind of opponent it was. Against an initial Type 9 opponent, relying on the magic cannon. If Marissa found an opportunity to play some tricks, if it hit the opponent, it was not impossible to win. However, it was a pity that Wu Yan was not an initial Type 9 opponent, but a true peak Type 9 opponent. If they fought seriously, it would only take an instant for Marissa to be defeated. As for the battle that seemed to be a draw, it was actually extremely disadvantageous to Marissa. The reason was simple. Even the full-powered magic cannons couldn't damage Wu Yan's noble phantasm, let alone the weakened lasers. As a result, this intense showdown on the bullet screen was, at most, just on the surface. The truth was that Marissa's laser could only deflect the noble phantasm's trajectory. Otherwise, Marissa wouldn't need to continue dodging the noble phantasm's attacks. However, Wu Yan's relic looked like a dazzling array of flowers, but it was just a relic that had turned into iron sand. By using electromagnetic force to control them, he could easily control the direction of the noble phantoms, allowing the noble phantoms that were deflected or evaded by the Marissa to continue pursuing the Marissa. It was an easy task. In other words, Marissa's attack had no effect on Wu Yan, while Wu Yan's attack was a real threat to Marissa. Wu Yan didn't move an inch from the start. Instead, Marissa flew all over the sky in a rather pitiful manner. You can see this from the fact that Wu Yan is still standing on the ground. "Oh no!" Alice cried out in surprise. If this continues, Marissa will definitely be defeated. Wait, Patrice shouted as she endured her heavy breathing due to rushing over. Stop it. As if that wasn't enough, Patrice and Alice also rushed over. They intended to stop Wu Yen. Wu Yen snorted when he noticed Patrice and Alice's arrival. He finally made a move after remaining motionless for so long. He raised a hand, and a circle of light formed by mana fluctuated above it. The ripples spread out in the air. Buzz! A magical ritual containing intricate geometric patterns rose from the ground and expanded to a radius of more than 20 meters. With the periphery of the magical ritual as the source, a cylindrical light curtain rose and surrounded the battlefield where Wu Yen and Marissa were. Patrice and Alice almost crashed into the light curtain. Their hands were pressed against the light curtain, but it was as though they were pressing against glass. They couldn't pass through the light curtain. A barrier? Alice stood up in astonishment. In just an instant, he didn't even chant an incantation and created such a large-scale barrier? No, it's not just the scale of the barrier. Patrice frantically touched the glass-like barrier. With her attainments in magic, she instantly discerned the truth of this barrier. Its defense is rather high. Even Marissa's magic cannon won't be able to penetrate it without at least 10 shots. Marissa's magic cannon? 10 shots? Alice jumped up in fright. In just an instant, not even a second. She didn't even chant an incantation. Is this barrier that advanced? I'm afraid it's more than that. Patrice smiled bitterly. It seems that Haku's attainments in magic are higher than I imagined. Don't you have a huge collection of books in your library? Alice hastily asked when she saw Marissa dodging in such a sorry state, as if she could be hit at any moment. Don't you have any other ideas? It's not difficult to break this barrier, but it will take time. Patrice was vexed. But during this period of time, Marissa might be injured at any moment. While Patrice and Alice were having an anxious conversation, Wu Yen seized the opportunity when Marissa's magic power was fading to launch a large number of noble artifacts. Sensing the rapid, fast, and frequent pitch-black weapons piercing through the air, Marissa had no choice but to pick up her 8 trigrams furnace and endlessly pour her magic power into it. Once again, a dazzling light beam shot out. The magical light beam struck away all the noble artifacts in its path and tore through space. In an earth-shattering explosion, it arrived before Wu Yen like a meteor. But before that, a wave of iron sand swept out from the crimson space behind Wu Yen and wrapped the incoming magic cannon like dumplings. Boom! The powerful magic cannon was like a dud. It was wrapped up and formed into a ball of iron sand and exploded. In the sky, Marissa passed through the smoke and fire caused by the collision of the noble artifact and the lasers with her flying item. She held the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand and with a confident smile on her face, she rushed in front of Wu Yen. Next, Marissa waved her hand and blocked the cannon-like 8 trigrams furnace in front of Wu Yen. Love charm, or spark? After the tender voice sounded, a burst of dazzling light burst out from inside the barrier. Boom! Like a wild clap of thunder, an astonishing roar resounded, carrying with it a violent gust of wind and soaring flames, filling every corner of the barrier. Boom! However, almost at the same time that the strong wind and the flames soared, a gust of mana vibrated violently and dispersed all the flames in the surroundings. At this moment, Patrice and Alice finally saw it. Marissa rushed toward Wu Yen and aimed her 8 trigrams furnace at Wu Yen. A charred hand emitting light smoke was holding it. That was Wu Yen's hand. Wu Yen actually used his hand to block the 8 trigrams furnace when Marissa's magic cannon was about to fire. In the end, Wu Yen's hand was injured, but he was fine. What? Marissa widened her eyes in disbelief. What welcomed her was Wu Yen's murmur. It's over. Wu Yen tightened his grip on the 8 trigrams furnace. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised his other hand and clenched it into a fist. Violent blue and white electric currents flickered on it. Marissa, white! Outside the barrier, Patrice and Alice screamed at the same time. Wu Yan's hand that's covered in blue and white lightning went straight for Marissa's head. She couldn't react in time and he didn't hold back. At this critical moment, A few figures appeared behind Patrice and Alice under the lead of a graceful maid. The moment they appeared, they witnessed this scene. The suave figure in maid attire was startled. She rolled her blue eyes and gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she shouted at Wu Yan. Actually, the person Madame Patrice and Miss Alice like isn't that black and white mouse. Instead it's you, Sir White. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.